The master race, the history books they tell of their defeat in 45. They all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. They say the prisoner of Spandau was a symbol of defeat. Whilst Hess remained in prison, then the fascists they would beat. So the promise of an Aryan world would never materialize. So why did they all come out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died? The world is riddled with maggots. The maggots are getting fat. They're making a tasty meal of all the bosses and bureaucrats. They're taking over the boardrooms and they're fat and full of pride. And they all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. So if you meet with these historians, I'll tell you what to say. Tell them that the Nazis never really went away. They're out there burning houses down and peddling racist lies. And we'll never rest again until every Nazi dies.
Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. The invasion had begun. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. But I feel my time has come, and if I die here for the resistance, oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. And if I die here for the resistance, you must lay me in my grave among the flowers upon the mountain. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Among the flowers upon the mountain, let me rest among the brave. Someday the people will pick the flowers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Someday the people will pick the flowers, and they will remember my name. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of our resistance, and those who died for liberty.
Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
My daddy was a miner and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
They say in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man?
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Hello there, hello there, hello there everyone. How the devil are we all? I am still a bit sweaty, but thank you for asking. Yes, the heat wave doth continue, albeit in a slightly more comfortable fashion. It is noticeably a little more tolerable today, but still ridiculously hot. Far too hot indeed. Yes, anywhom. And it's the humidity that's the problem now at the minute, but whatever, it's a little better, a little more comfortable, so I can at least stream at a reasonable time. What do you mean burning Elmo? That's just me. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. That's literally just me right now. Because I am on fire. Thank you to Subsystem with 5 memberships. Much love to you, my friend. And thank you, Mr. Peter Wood, for 8 months, both on the YouTubes. Anyway, Chatterinos. Apologies I didn't stream yesterday. It was too hot. Like, it's the hottest day of the year, and the hottest day in June in Britain ever, which carried on from the previous record, which was set the day before, which itself broke the record that was broke the day before that. We have had 3 consecutive days of the hottest day in June ever, which does feel like a problem. That does feel like that's not a usual, normal thing to happen. Maybe we should do something about that. Maybe we'll get onto it in the media that we're about to watch. Who knows? This is literally me. Where are we? Boom. That is literally me right now. Fact. I also don't have any clothing on and don't have a penis. So. But yeah, I mean, that is a power stance. That is aura farming right there. You're all getting fucking aura mogged. Boom. Now. Yes. Apologies that I wasn't on yesterday. Yes, it was too hot. But I also, because it was too hot, I didn't even check on Discord. No Justice, for those who don't know, No Justice did the thing we're about to watch. So if you've already seen it, I understand if you want to not watch it again, that's fine. But I didn't even realise there was a fucking question time, because they don't usually happen on Fridays. But for some reason they did a BBC question time on Friday. I haven't seen anything from it. I don't know what it's about. But I thought it would be fun to watch. So, yeah, Zia Yusuf was... Oh, don't... Is Zia Yusuf never not on it? Is he ever just, like, not on that programme? Because they should change the fucking name from Question Time to Zia Yusuf Time. Because that's the only fucker that's ever on this bastard show. Fucking Christ almighty. Oh, that guy's such a fucking turd as well. Because of the footy question mark. I don't think so, because, like, I mean, unless they didn't want it to clash with... Scotland played Thursday, did they? I think. So maybe, but, like, that seems strange that they would change it. They haven't... I don't think they've ever changed it before. Anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, so we're going to do Zia Yusuf time. Fuck, mate. Right. So yeah, so I didn't even see that she'd messaged me, so that's why I didn't. Like, I'd have probably popped on and done it with her, but you know, whatever. Everyone should go and follow No Justice anyway. I am going to watch the football indeed, but it's not until 11 anyway. So because it's still very warm, what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch it on my tablet outside in my underwear. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and crack open a couple of very, very chilled beers in the back garden, in my underwear, watch it on a tablet, boom shakalaka. Honestly, living the dream. If only childhood Kev could see. Is it 10? No, I'm sure it's on at 11, isn't it? Hang on a minute, hang on. I could have absolutely sworn on my life that it was at 11 o'clock. World Cup fixtures. Oh, it is on at fucking 10. Oh, suck my dick. Where did I get 11 from? Oh, bollock. Maybe I'll watch it on stream then. I'm still having a couple of fucking cold beers, you pricks, but, yeah. Okay. Well, let's not waste any time then. Let's get into this. But before we do, I did just want to bring this to your attention. No, there isn't another match on at 11. They're both on at 10. So I got it wrong. I read it wrong. I must have read 2300 instead of 2200, which is very annoying. Anyway, so on this channel, I've talked about how on the right wing there are like posh dickheads who steal a living writing ridiculous dumb articles, right, in places like the Telegraph or the Daily Mail or the Times, these kind of shithouse rags. But the left is not a stranger to such types as well. The British establishment are full of the most useless cunts on the planet, and one such person is a person who is actually a very good writer, and I don't generally disagree with her politics when she's not talking about the Labour Party. I speak, of course, of Polly Toynbee, who has written this masterclass. We won't go through the article. I just need you to see this headline. Okay? Quote, "Ignore the miserableists. Andy Burnham as PM is a moment when things really can get better." She has been writing this same fucking article since 1978. She's been writing the same fucking article over and over and over. How we should all just vote for and support the centrist wankers who the Labour Party want to put up. It's the same fucking article every time. Oh, we should just vote for the same neoliberal shithouse that the Labour Party want to put forward. But this time it'll totally be different, guys, because reasons. Stealing a living. Question time.
Andy Burnham looks set to become our next Prime Minister just 3 weeks after conceding on this very programme that he wanted the top job. Keir Starmer has announced his resignation after admitting he'd lost the support of his MPs. We've come to Kettering in Northamptonshire to get a first look at what people here think about...
Kettering. She's gone to fucking Kettering, which, as you can tell here, is the whitest place ever.
...about having their 7th Prime Minister in a decade. As always, our audience reflects the general political picture across the nation.
Is it really 7? So it'd be, what, Cameron, 2016, right, resigns because of Brexit. So you got Cameron, Maybott, Johnson, Truss, Sunak, Starmer, and now Burnham. Yeah, that he will be the 7th. Very normal. We live on the most normal island that's ever normal islandly.
Welcome to Question Time from Kettering. On tonight's panel, the Labour chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, Emily
Oh, God almighty, it's politician Polly Toynbee. Brilliant.
Thornbury. She says it's been an upsetting week, but it was a question of when, not if, Keir Starmer stepped down. She wants a new Prime Minister to be brave and bold. Kevin Hollinrake is the Conservative Party chairman. He says Tory MPs will vote with Andy Burnham if he cuts welfare to boost defence spending, but that they'll call for a snap election if he doesn't. Zia Youssef is Reform UK's Home Affairs spokesperson.
Why do you exist and why are you here every week? Go away.
He says the old two-party system is under pressure like never before, and that Andy Burnham is nothing more than Keir Starmer in jeans. And Stephanie Flanders is head of economics and government at the financial data and news company Bloomberg. She thinks Andy Burnham could revitalise Downing Street, but he doesn't have much room for manoeuvre with the nation's finances.
So just a piece of shit. Cool.
Good evening. Welcome to our special question time after what has been an extraordinary week in politics. Welcome to our panel. Welcome to our audience here in Kettering. Thank you very much for coming here at the last moment. And of course, welcome to you as home as well. I am sure there's plenty of debate on social media. There always is with this programme. Feel free to get stuck in if you want to, or just sit back and watch the programme. Right, let's get started with our first question, which is from Peter Kingham.
Good evening. Andy Burnham is certainly not the Messiah. But is he the saviour of the Labour Party and even our country?
And Peter, since you are...
See, just carry on. Jesus Christ. Carry on with the joke. If you're going to do the joke start to the question, carry it through. Say, is Andy Burnham the Messiah or a naughty boy? Because it's essentially the same question, right? And leaves enough scope for them to be able to answer it in the way they were going to anyway, so...
Ask this question, and I'm sure you're not alone in asking that question. What's your view?
I think we do need someone that's coming in that's going to bring a hope.
What kind of joke is that? It's from Monty Python. It's a Monty Python Life of Brian quote, isn't it? He's not the Messiah, he's a naughty boy. It's a bit. It's a movie reference. No, don't be fucking doing crying emojis at me. Fucking young'uns with your fresh faces and your fucking hope for the future. You disgust me.
To our nation. He's going to give us a vision, going to give us direction. I suppose the jury is out whether Andy Burnham is that.
And thankfully, because Keir Starmer's going, maybe we might have juries in the future too. You never know.
Man, but let's hope so, because our country needs hope.
Right. Well, look, this is the first chance we have to see what an audience like you, you're politically representative of England, think of what's happened this week and think of Andy Burnham as the next Prime Minister. So let's hear from as many of you as I can. Right, we've got some people here with their hands up. Yes, man in the dark blue t-shirt.
No, I don't think he is what we need for the country. I think his 24,000 majority isn't a representative of the UK. I think 2 years ago Labour were practicing...
He doesn't have a 24,000 majority. He received 24,000 votes, but his majority is like 8,000 or whatever it is. I'm surrounded by idiots. I just am. That's not a slip of the tongue. This person is just an idiot.
You need to practice what you preach. 2 years ago you were saying that you can't have unelected representatives being Prime Minister, and now you're doing exactly the same. I think we just need a general election to actually see what we all need and want.
Okay. Woman there in the pink dress, yes.
Not another one!
So we've all spoken of Andy being the Messiah.
Whoa! 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 Oh, fucking hell. Bollocks, bollocks, bollocks. Sweaty bollocks. Where are we? They let one in. Presumably they had to ship someone in from outside of town. They went, are there any neighbouring areas where there's a black person? Because we do need some representation, you know.
We can all agree that a decade is a very long time for us to notice the transitions and give him at least space to do what he can. Because if we pile on him and pressure him,
Okay, I'm just going to say it now. Zia Yusuf is definitely screaming the N-word at this woman in his head. I can't prove that, of course. How could one ever do so? But it's definitely happening, and you know it. You know it is too.
What happened with Keir and what has been happening since 2016, and I think Brexit was the beginning of this transition. It will be the same thing. We need to trust that he can at least do what he says, and then if within a reasonable time he can't, then we can make a decision. But if we pressure him, want him to be the messiah that he clearly isn't, we won't get anywhere.
Okay, man at the very back.
We're about to say goodbye to a Labour Prime Minister who was elected on almost no policy. I don't think anyone here really knows what Andy Burnham stands for. Why do Labour MPs think it's going to be any different this time round?
And man
Because Polly Toynbee said so. So shut up.
here in the check shed.
Yeah, I feel that we may be replacing like with like. I don't see anything about Andy.
When did Patton Oswalt start doing British characters? I mean, I'm here for it. He's pulling off the accent very nicely, but it's very strange.
Burnham that's really that much different from Keir Starmer. And I think that the country needs to go to an election to choose a new leader.
Okay. And there's a woman at the very back with her hand up. Yes.
I feel very hopeful.
You feel very hopeful?
I feel very hopeful, but I also felt very hopeful 2 years ago.
Oh, you're the centrist melter that never gets it right. Just like Polly Toynbee, you never get it right, and yet you just refuse to do any introspection and just continue to make the same mistake over and over and over for eternity.
I feel disappointed for Keir Starmer. I was excited that there would be a difference. And
Who the fuck was excited by Keir Starmer? He's the most boring human being ever. Literally ever.
it's disappointing.
Right. And are you hopeful with Andy Burnham?
I am. I did vote for him in 2015. I am hopeful that...
Okay. So, Emily, I mean, that's just a handful of the people that put their hands up just now. I mean, in a certain sense, the impression I get is people don't really know who Andy Burnham is or what he stands for.
I mean, I think it's right to say he's somebody he's been involved in politics all his life, basically. He's been involved in politics in Westminster. He's held very high office in cabinets, Labour cabinets, and then has been up in Manchester, and Manchester has been a great success. And the Labour Party found itself with a leader who was on minus 33 in the polls. Very unpopular. And we knew that we
Why do you think that was? If you were going to put it in a nutshell, why do you think that was?
I think in a nutshell, I think that Keir is a very decent man, but he's not...
Jesus Christ. Even now, even with him going, they can't just say, oh no, he's a lying cunt. He's a lying cunt who's doing genocide. Because of course they're also lying cunts who also support the genocide. And I have now turned it up. Thank you for the heads up.
Political? I know this is very, this is not very fashionable these days, because everybody who's political tries to pretend they're not political. But actually there is a skill to being involved in politics. And I think that if you look at a comparison perhaps between Andy Burnham and Keir, Keir had another career, came into politics quite late and did things in a particular way that wasn't terribly political. Whereas Andy Burnham is...
Question. Kev, is there anyone calling for a general election right now who isn't just a fascist cynically using pro-democratic rhetoric to get reform into power? No, I think there are some people who are legitimately don't like the idea of an unelected Prime Minister. Well, we do have an unelected Prime Minister, but a Prime Minister who doesn't have a mandate as the leader going into a general election. And I get that. I don't like it either. I don't like it that the Tories foisted several on us. I don't like it that the Labour Party are about to do the same. But I know the point you're making. Generally, yeah, lots of fascists do want a general election because Reform are doing well. Although, admittedly, there does appear to have been a Burnham bounce of sorts. The Labour Party has at least blipped upwards with him as the potential new leader.
Is immersed in politics, immersed in Labour values. I think that when you're electing a Labour government, you elect a Labour government to be making decisions, to say, right, we've got this problem, let's find the best way through it, but let's allow Labour principles to guide us when it is that we make that decision. Otherwise, why are people voting Labour? And I think that it's much clearer with Andy Burnham where his politics come from, because he is deeply immersed in the Labour Party. So I think that...
We don't actually know what he's going to do on anything.
Well, I mean, he's going to speak on Monday about the economy. He's going to do a series of speeches in the next few weeks. setting out. But I think in the end what's important is that he said that he's going to stick by the commitments we made in the manifesto, which is quite a substantial document, but we've not...
No, it isn't. It's one of the most insubstantial documents that's ever been written. Honestly, a blank piece of paper had more substance to it.
We've delivered some of it, but frankly we could go further, we could go faster, we could do more than
Okay.
and I think that's the thing. And he's also said that he'll stick to the fiscal rules. So I think that in a way,
So nothing will change whatsoever. So this is all pointless. Yippee! Briefcaseism. Love it.
matters, and I agree with this principle, which is it doesn't really matter who the leader is. What matters is what they're going to do. And he said, I'm going to...
Right. But, okay, you are a profoundly stupid human being. It doesn't matter who the leader is, it matters what they're going to do. Right, which changes depending on who that person is. Because different people want to do different things. What the fuck is wrong with them? Honest to God. Yeah, Project Zeus had more substance, literally. Where's Project Zeus? Project Zeus! Sales, marketing, planning. Fuck yes. That's a flag we can all bow to. Let's go.
To deliver on the Labour manifesto. I'm going to stick within the rules, but look at the way in which I've been able to help transform Manchester. I do know how to get things done. I do understand about politics. I do understand about hope. I understand about explaining what I'm doing and why, what the plan is, and bringing people with me. And that, I think, are important skills for us to be able to bring the public with us, and in order to be able to keep the hope that the lady in the second row was talking about alive, so that we can say, this is what we're doing and this is why we're doing it.
Kevin.
Well, I would say, Emily, please don't go further and please don't go faster. Things are bad enough already. It's. I think the trouble, Peter, Andy Burnham is a far more personable person than Keir Starmer, and that's to his credit.
Why is this Streamy slander? Streamy is already slender. He is as slender as he wants to be. Okay? He is comfortable in his own body.
Credit. The trouble is, the job of a mayor is completely different from the job of a prime minister. A job of a mayor is to bang the table for more money and spend that money, central government money, in Manchester. That's what he's done, and he's done that reasonably successfully. The job of a prime minister is to take really difficult decisions, and I think that's where Keir Starmer's come unstuck, because he's taken some difficult decisions, then backtracked on them as U-turned like 20 times. So, and the job we've got to do now, we've got to cut the cost of doing government, because there's some really urgent priorities we need, not least properly fund our defence, the defence of the realm. That's what we've got to do. There's a £28 billion hole in those...
Defence of the realm. You are a cunt. Shut up.
Finances. So we've got to cut the costs of doing government welfare.
Like, this is as much as I can be bothered to do analysis of the Tories, is just call them a cunt. Because, like, they don't deserve anything more than that. Defence of the realm. You are a minge.
And cut the size of government. That's what we've got to do. There's about 50 billion we found there to be able to do that. And then you can fund defence. And crucially, you can cut taxes as well, because that's then going to help stimulate the economy, get the economy growing, creating jobs and helping people build their businesses. All those things need...
And it's interesting that they didn't invest or cut taxes when they were in government. But they definitely will this time, guys, honest. Also, yeah, 1914 was DORA, Defence of the Realm Act, literally. Yeah. Where, interestingly, up until the liberalisation of the laws of closing time laws, in Britain under Blair in the 2000s, literally closing time rules for public houses were from the Defence of the Realm Act, to try and ensure that people weren't getting drunk and were turning up to work to make bombs that we could then slaughter Germans with. Also, that's where we get daylight savings time from, Defence of the Realm Act. Yeah.
to happen, but they are very, very tough choices. And the only person I've heard talking about those tough choices and being realistic about them is Kemi Badenoch. No.
Who? Who's that? Is that Kevin? I'm not. I didn't say that. What?
Nobody else has found anywhere near those kind of savings that we need to save to fund defence and cut taxes.
And these calls that I'm hearing from Conservatives for a snap election, surely you're not serious about that. I mean, Reform are well ahead of you and have been for some time.
So it's not even on the grounds of the hypocrisy that they foisted loads of unelected prime ministers on us, but you're going to get battered. Okay. You know what? I appreciate the bants on it.
There's no indication that you would win.
Listen, everybody enters politics, whatever political colour you wear, because you want to do the best by the country. And there are some urgent priorities for this country, not least defending the realm. You know, the
No, I get that,
is,
but these calls for a snappish election, I mean, surely you're saying it because you feel you have to, but you don't really mean it.
No, I mean, Kemi's been very clear that if Andy Burnham works with us...
Who? Kenneth Branagh? What?
On welfare reform and other reforms to fund defence, then we will help him to do that. We'll give him 117 votes to let him get that legislation through, because Keir Starmer couldn't do, and he tried to get welfare reform through the Labour backbenchers. So we'll help him do it.
In the end, Kevin's doing his job. You know, the opposition will ask for a general election. I asked for a general election. Whenever there was a change of Prime Minister, I used to call for it. But, you know, in the end, when people vote...
But I was a disingenuous fucker as well. We're all the same.
They don't vote for a president. They vote for a particular MP and their party. And then it's up to those MPs to decide who their leader is. We don't have a presidential system.
Okay, well, let's see
Just
what
like
our
you
audience
didn't
makes
have
of
a
it.
general election as a result of it. I think it's more likely that you ought to have by-elections whenever people jump ship from one political...
By-elections? What about straight elections or gay elections? Or pan-elections? What's going on there?
party to another, because if people voted Conservative and end up with a Reform MP, they ought to be allowed to have a by-election.
Yes, but when people defected from the Conservatives to Labour, I don't remember Labour say, "Oh, let's have a by-election." So, yes, yes.
Just coming back to you, Emily, with regards to you said who doesn't so much matter who's in charge, but what they are doing. Now we know it's very likely going to be Andy Burnham, and we know he's pro-Europe. Now, from my personal perspective, what is the Labour Party going to do with regards to either having better relationships with Europe or...
Okay, when they first started speaking, I thought they were Dutch. I'm now getting strong Afrikaans vibes. Just saying, like, what is he going to do about the Blacks? What is he going to do about the white genocide of the farmers?
For the European citizens like myself, being Belgian, to ease...
Oh, Belgian. Oh, okay. Interesting.
bureaucracy within this country.
All right, let's see. I'm going to go around the panel, if you forgive me. There's someone right at the very back in the blue top. Yes.
Whether or not you're popular when you're in government, and
Sorry, you say does it matter?
Okay, we've got an idiot. Okay, cool. Should it matter in a democracy what the people think about anything? Really? Definitely public. Definitely went to like a private school, right? 100%.
The ruling class don't need to appeal to the working class in any way whatsoever.
Does it matter? Because historically, successful prime ministers have experienced ebbs and flows in their government, and I'm concerned that we're so driven towards what's popular that we're not thinking about the policy that Emily is concerned about and the impacts on our day-to-day lives.
Stephanie, so is...
I mean, firstly, it's again, I will sort of reiterate the point more sensibly. In a democracy, one does have to take the people with them. You really do. Like, it's not just democracy is not just a thing you do once every 5 years by putting your X in a box. It is a continuing negotiation between a polis and the governed and the governed, right? Yeah, so that's one point. Sorry, there were screaming children outside. There's no way I can have the windows closed. I'm sweating. Well, actually, I'm not sweating, but it's too warm as it is. So there's a serious point there about democracy extending beyond just election time. And secondly, Keir Starmer wasn't just disliked. He wasn't just normally like. There are politicians who mid-term aren't very popular. People forget this. Tony Blair was not popular mid-term, right? But he wasn't despised in the same way that Keir Starmer is. He wasn't absolutely loathed, even by his own party, the way Keir Starmer is. This was different. This was the most unpopular government there has ever been. Which follows on from the previous most unpopular government there had ever been. Which does suggest that the system is a little bit broken, you know? And maybe just having a northern rebrand might not be enough.
Andy Burnham, the Save the Labour Party, and even the country. I mean, is there a sense that people are projecting onto him, you know, those who support him, perhaps what they hope he'll deliver? Because he has said very little.
Yeah,
so
I think,
far.
I mean, that is the honest answer to your question. We don't know. I also think when it comes to being a saviour of the Labour Party, that's probably a big chunk of the population doesn't care whether he's a saviour of the Labour Party. They care whether he will be a better Prime Minister and better able to push through an agenda that bears some relation to the manifesto that Labour was elected on. So I think that's the sort of key thing, and I think we do tend to, in all these debates, there's been so much focus about, well, obviously it should be changed because we've got to rescue the Labour Party or we've got to rescue this government, and people have rightly looked from the outside saying, no, we just want the policy to be better. And I think whether
and how much room for manoeuvre do you
well,
think
I think
Andy
if you're
Burnham
looking
has?
from an investor standpoint, from a sort of broader economic standpoint,
What about from a human standpoint rather than the fucking disgusting robot droids that you represent? How about from the British people's perspective rather than the economic terrorists that you support?
what even people in the markets are looking for is someone who has a real purpose, a sense of purpose that they can explain to people and sell to his party. I think that was why we've seen a change, is not necessarily just because Keir Starmer was unpopular, but because he was unpopular in his party and couldn't persuade people to come along with him. And then actually is able to follow through with courage on getting that purpose fulfilled and his missions fulfilled. And that also involves being able to kind of pull on the levers of power more effectively than this Prime Minister has done. And if you can do that and actually, you know, the investors can tell the difference between something that is they're told is a difficult decision and something that is actually difficult, like cutting welfare significantly in a way that actually causes you to be unpopular in a certain chunk of the population, then I think he could also be rewarded. You know, there is an upside to persuading people that you have more conviction, where you actually are going to be paying less in debt interest, which will be could be tens of billions of pounds over the next few years.
And does he have much room to manoeuvre?
Wow, what a way to frame it. Not like I don't know. It's just capitalist reinforcement from a supposedly unbiased chair of the meeting. Indeed.
Financially. I mean, if he's going to stick to the fiscal rules, he's going to stick to the manifesto, how much can he do differently?
Well, any
Nothing.
savings from the welfare budget obviously would be, if he made difficult decisions and maybe even made the difficult decision of going with the Conservatives on a reform, I think that is going to be serious money, because we have a 300...
Yeah, he should jump into the bed with the party that can't even win a fucking... get its deposit back in elections. Yeah, definitely. That's a thing he should definitely do to be electorally popular, is to go with fucking 2% Kemi. 100%. Yeah.
£50 billion welfare budget. But he also, there is room within the existing rules, and Rachel Reeves has already used some of it, to have more investment, and particularly on things that he's talked about, on infrastructure, on housing. There are ways that he can do that, but he will have to do it in a way that people...
Now, of course there's no mention of the triple lock. Why would they cut the triple lock? That goes to people who matter. Unlike the benefit system, which is totally different because we don't even talk about pensions as a benefit, even though that's exactly what they are, and it's the massive problem that's the problem. No, but the benefits goes to like poor people and disabled, and those people don't matter in Westminster. So, you know,
in the markets respect and can see it's going to be well spent.
Zia.
I just can't believe we're back here again. I can't believe we're back in a place. The Tories gave us 5 prime ministers in 6 years. This is, again, a situation where we have a...
To be fair, they gave you 6 MPs as well, so, you know.
Career politician who's not had a proper job in his entire life, foisted on the people of Britain as Prime Minister without them having any say on it. 0.03% of the British public have voted for Andy Burnham. And the first question today was from Peter, who asked, does this man have a vision? I mean, I'd love to know, how many of you, put your hands up if you can see a vision that Andy Burnham has for the country. Okay, so here's what we know about Andy Burnham for sure. He has already become the king of U-turn, and he hasn't even become Prime Minister yet. In the last couple of years, he's taken the following positions. He said that we should allow biological men to go into women's changing rooms, but also that we shouldn't.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So his priority is transphobia. Genius. Could have gone with, what, the bond markets thing, or, I don't know, foreign policy, or government spending, or rejoining the EU. No, just culture war slop. Yay! Fucking scum.
He said that illegal migrants should immediately get lifetime access to welfare, but also that they shouldn't. He said that we should rejoin the European Union, but also that we shouldn't. This is a man who has no principles. He is an empty vessel. And here's the really important point. Whatever your politics are, I think one of the reasons we've had this endless conga line of clownish prime ministers in this country that have been unable to govern...
Okay, to be fair, conga line of clownish prime ministers, that's pretty good. I will say that. That's a solid piece of work.
For the British people is because you need a mandate. Now, you've seen all of this nonsense, Shabana Mahmood and Mike Tapp tweet warring against each other. Not a single Labour minister right now is focused on what matters, which is governing for the British people. If Andy Burnham was a decent man, and maybe he is, then he would put his case to the British people, draft a manifesto and call a general election.
Matt here.
And he's saying that because he definitely believes it and not because he thinks he might win. By the way, do you think you're even going to be able to stand at this elections here? Because there have been several by-elections and they've not selected you, mate. What's going on there? It's almost like your own party don't trust you, or like you, or think you're electable in any way whatsoever.
I think that, the big question I have for you is...
This is not me. Fuck off. Fuck off all of you, you cunts. I know exactly what you're going to fucking say, and it's not me. I don't even live in fucking Kettering or wherever the fuck this is from. Shut the fuck up. Dickheads.
Especially, Emily, is that, if you're saying that you don't mind who the person is, but you mind if they deliver the policy for the people, absolutely fine. But why not any one of the X amount of Labour MPs? Why are they all so scared of running in a leadership election against somebody who was parachuted in last minute to essentially lead the country? Why is everybody so scared of running against Andy Burnham? Why not actually let him say what he believes in and let the Labour Party members... Yeah,
he looks just like Jeremy Beadle. You people are fucking dickheads, okay? And I shagged all of your mums and your dads. And your grandparents, and your great-grandparents. And I went back in time and fucked your great-great-great-grandparents, alright? I am your great-great-great-great-granddaddy. Actually, I made that weird.
Proper contest. Okay. I'll come to it. Man here in the front.
It's all well and good. I think Mr. Starmer wasn't very popular because first...
Oh, for fuck's sake, you've got Aussies as well now. Who's letting these foreignoids in?
The post meant that he didn't have a very large majority of the vote. Less than a third of the country gave him a super majority. And I don't think Mr. Burnham, when he comes down, is going to be able to do things very much differently because they're all beholden to the donors that are chucking money at them. So,
Oh, yeah, that's okay. That's fair. I'll allow this one foreigner.
I'm despair every time I hear the panel talk about.
Whoa, Zia, you don't get to nod at that, Mr. £5 million crypto bitch. No, not at all. No. You are beholden to your donors, you scum.
Attacking the welfare again. They leave the poor, disabled, and the sick and the ill alone.
Yeah.
Because you said this is
Fair dues.
not about people who are in need, those kind of people.
Yes, it is. Yes, it literally is. Yes, it literally is, you piece of shit.
Who are disabled and sick. It's people with low-level mental health conditions that would be better at work.
That there isn't work for. Okay.
People with low-level anxiety or depression. These kind of people.
Oh, just some depression? When has depression ever stopped anyone? That's crazy talk. Honestly, I would happily watch you fall off a cliff. And not feel a flicker of emotion for you, Mr. Hollenreich.
We've seen a huge spike in this since COVID. We've got to get those people back to work.
Kevin,
That's good for them and good for the economy.
How many of those are there? And by taking them off the welfare bill, how much money would be saved?
So we save £23 billion. That's what it would save.
No, it wouldn't. If you're going to save 23 billion, you are going to have to do exactly the same that Keir Starmer wanted to do, which is people who can't even wash their own dick. People who physically can't wash their own dick being kicked off benefits. You sick bastards.
Low-level anxiety.
Low-level anxiety and mental health conditions. People are not having face-to-face assessments.
But hang on, so just to be clear, you're saying that people with low-level anxiety, and I'm not doubting you, I'm just wondering how you know this, because last time I asked the Conservative minister, they did said it wasn't possible to find out, but you're saying that people with low-level anxiety cost 23 billion a year.
There's a number of different people in that cohort, but that's an example of some of the people in that cohort. And if you change
because the fact is you don't know how much would be saved by taking
£23 billion. I mean, I don't know specifically about low-level anxiety.
That's the case you're citing, so that's why I'm asking.
Of the people in that cohort that are costing the taxpayer that money. Those people would be better at work.
So who else needs to come off to save that 23 billion?
Things like people with ADHD, for example, or low-level depression.
Fucking ADHD! There are people with ADHD, severe ADHD, who can't function basically at all. What the fuck? These people are actual monsters. They're the worst fucking people in existence. Jesus Christ almighty.
Right-wing bollocks.
Depression or anxiety, these people are better at work. That doesn't mean these people don't get support. Of course these people want support, but that's not the same as cash payments. That's what's wrong. That's what we want to change. But can I just say, Zia, one thing that...
Wow, one person clapped, Mr. Hollenreich. Well done. You're very popular.
Never ceases to amaze me is you talk about government, how easy it is to run government. Yet you've never stood for Parliament. You know, Andy Burnham, to be fair to him.
No, the benefits bill does not include job centre staff wages, no. I think that would come under civil service wages or whatever, yeah. That's not... The benefit budget is literally like money that goes from the government into, you know, people's pockets who are like either unemployed or disabled or whatever, you know. That would just be like government wages.
And you criticise many things he's done and said, but at least he's been willing to put his head above the parapet. Why have you not done that? Why have you not stood in some of the by-elections, the opportunities you've had around the country to get elected?
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
So it's interesting that you think all of the country's problems seem to be down to whether I've stood in a by-election or not.
No,
what makes you hold on.
Is.
What makes you think?
See, this is where this this culture war, like Twitter brain rot, doesn't work in reality. Because just being a smug prick and going, oh, so you think all of the problems are down to me not standing in an election, is like a witty little rejoinder you can do on Twitter. But when you say it on Question Time, you look like a wanker. You look like a smug, condescending wanker, and people don't like that. which is why people don't like Zia Yusuf. And yes, of course, as a brown man, people who vote Reform don't want brown people in the country. They certainly don't want to vote for them to be in Parliament.
I never put myself above the parapet and wanted to stand in the bar.
Like, let's be honest, chat. There are more people in the Reform that are Reform voters that would want to see Zia Yusuf deported than want to see him in Parliament. By far, overwhelmingly. Like 80-20, 90-10 kind of numbers. They would much more rather have him kicked out to, I don't know where his family were from originally. I don't know where the Yusuf family derived themselves from, but wherever that is, they would happily deport them there rather than send them to Westminster. 100%. But don't worry, guys. He's one of the special ones. And you know what they say about tokens? They never get spent, right? Ever. It's never happened before.
Well, you haven't done that, have you?
What makes you think that?
Because you haven't stood, Zia.
So hold on.
Party
So anybody who wants to stand in a by-election automatically gets to do so. Maybe in the Conservative Party.
So your defence is, well, I did try and run, and they told me to fuck off. Honestly, that's what an own. Oh, you come out of that looking really good, mate. Actually, I did try and run, and even my own party told me to go fuck myself.
The melt. See, where it's just cronyism and nothing else matters, mate. But I think you made a lot of very big assumptions.
Okay, so that's interesting.
Right.
So have you put your name forward to stand in by-election?
We have an application process to stand in parliamentary by-elections, and all I'd say is that coming after me for not being willing to stand in a parliamentary by-election is incorrect and hugely presumptuous.
What did they do? Why did they stop?
Did they refuse you?
Oh, see you. What? Look, he looked so smug and happy with himself at the end of that sentence. You're being presumptuous. Ha ha. Dunked on you, and you're like, okay, so they, your own party rejected you. Like, at least the very least you can say about Matt Badloss and Robert Kenyon is that they stood. They actually put the effort in to go knocking on doors, talking to people. They were selected by their own party to do so. They lost, fair. They lost quite badly, right? But they at least stood. It was at least possible for them to do so. You were rejected. You fell at the first hurdle. At least they got onto the fucking race course. You absolute minge. Oh, look his little sad face. Oh, the Reforms don't like me.
A bunch of fascist slags.
So again, what we did not do is get an MP who was duly elected by a constituency in 2024 to stand down for the sole purpose of unseating the current Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
No, but most of your parliamentary party are ex-Tories who resigned from the Tory party to join you. Which isn't much more loyal, is it, really?
That's what we did not do. And I want to remind everybody again, you're going to keep hearing cheap political points made by what we call the Uni Party. The Tories and Labour have governed this country now for about...
Whereas we're different. We're going to be crypto-fascists. Awesome. Love it.
Where are we going? Garbage Island.
100 years. And how do you feel about the job that they have done? And every time they try to make out that somehow all of the problems, whether it's the quality of the roads, whether it's the fiscal situation, I mean, we're closing on £3 trillion of national debt, tripled by, of course, the party of fiscal responsibility, the Conservative Party. None of that has anything to do with reform, but if you...
Okay, and this has got what to do with you being rejected by your own party? Because the question was, why didn't you stand then? If you've applied to stand, why didn't they choose you? And the Tories' fiscal rules? Okay.
Here, the Tories and Labour talk about it. It's everything to do with us. Here's the really fundamental and important point I want to make again. We currently have, as far as I'm concerned, an illegitimate Prime Minister. Sure, I've not stood for election. I have absolute...
Hang on. He's not... Look, don't get me wrong. Keir Starmer is many things. He's not illegitimate. He did win an election. It was on a lower amount of votes than Jeremy Corbyn got in 2017 and 2019. But regardless of that, under the rules, as everyone joined in, and you joined in as well, of course, the Reform Party stood in most of the seats in the country. Sorry, than Adolf Hitler got in 2017 and 2019. Apologies, that is true. Mein Führer, etc., etc. The Jam Führer? The Unterjammenführer? I don't know. Anyway, he did win that election. So he's not illegitimate. I don't know what the fuck that even means in your world. Jamler? Adolf Corbyn? Jadolf Korbler? I don't know.
Zero influence about legislation in this country and important decisions that impact the people in this audience's lives and people watching these programs' lives at home. And they are struggling in probably the biggest cost of living crisis in at least 15 years, struggling with the fact that they're melting in many places in this country under a heat wave, and yet
the melt.
Air conditioning is
Okay,
de facto illegal.
but at the risk of going into a long...
What? Hang on. Air conditioning is de facto illegal. So my neighbour 3 doors down who has air conditioning, I presume the police are going to be around any moment to bang her up because she's got air conditioning very prominently, and you can see it from the main road and everything. But it's de facto illegal, apparently. The fuck are you talking about? It's not illegal in the slightest. In the slightest. Fucking climate change deniers are so mental. They just honestly, the right wing will just make up anything. So I've been looking for Keir Starmer related memes, and I'm sort of stashing them away for the day he resigns, and then we can have just a kind of splurge, a blowout, a final Keir Starmer meme tsunami, right? And so as part of that, I was like, we should get some funny songs. People are bound to have done loads of edits of different things and whatever. And I found one that was oh god, what was it? No, bang her up means to arrest and imprison in Britain. It's not. Well, I mean, the police probably will, rough the rump as well, but that's oh, that was it. Yeah. So someone did a Keir Starmer edit of Don't Look Back in Anger. Right? Actually, fuck it. You know what? We'll play it. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Now, Keir Starmer has had a very, very draconian immigration policy. And when I clicked on this, I didn't know whether the creator was left-wing, right-wing, whatever. Turns out they're quite right-wing. And just let it sink in, I guess. Oh, fucking adverts, man. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Also, the music isn't that much like Don't Look Back in Anger, so I think I should be okay on copyright, hopefully. Hopefully. That is very quiet. Why is that so quiet?
Step inside the UK or Ireland. Don't you know you won't find a better place to stay? You said that you'd never been, but now that you're in, you'll never go away. Suppress a revolution from my bed. Cause he tweeted that you disagree with what I said.
You see, black and brown people being there is bad, because Keir Starmer has allowed in so many black and brown people. Honest.
Step outside, the ethnicide's in bloom.
Step outside, the ethnocide is in bloom. The right wing will just make up any old... They just make up their own version of reality and go with it. Whether it be two-tier policing or not. The parrot... Well, I don't know if it is a parakeet, but the bird you can hear is... One of my neighbours has an aviary thing outside. One of those birds sounds a lot like a phone. So presumably it's like one of those kind of parrots type bird that's learned to mimic a telephone. It goes meh, 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 at 3 in the fucking morning. It's very annoying.
Stand up inside the magistrate's last sentence, cause you tweeted me. We ain't ever gonna deport them all. Oh, migrants can stay. You know it's too late to stop the country's decline.
So migrants can stay. Migrants can stay. So, Keir, this is all it's gotten you. You did the most draconian immigration policy ever. You deported huge numbers of people. You went against international law and obligation. All so that the right wing can still say that you allowed too many migrants in and you're like a migrant-friendly piece of shit.
There'll be rises in crime rates, but don't look back in anger, you heard me say.
Also, this video makes Keir Starmer look a lot cooler than he actually is. Does it have... Hang on, I'll see. Well, we'll see if the captions do anything.
Take me to the place where they go, where everyone knows they're allowed to stay. We'll put your kids' life in the hands of a migrant grooming gang.
Brilliant. Brilliant. So they genuinely think he's like pro-migrant. Yeah. Amazing.
And let them get away. Suppress the revolution from my bed. She tweeted that she disagreed with what I said. Step outside, the ethnicide's in bloom. Stand up inside the magistrate's life sentence, cause you tweeted me. We ain't ever gonna deport them all. So migrants can stay. You know it's too late to stop the...
It's so annoying because they're making Boris Johnson look a lot cooler than he is as well.
Countries decline. There'll be rises in crime rates, but don't look back in anger. You heard me say.
Co-pilot vision.
Oh, fucking hell, man. Burkas! There are people in burkas. Unbelievable, man. So, like, that's the right wing will just make up their own like version of reality, and in their version of reality, there are two-tier policing where white people are, an oppressed minority. Air conditioning is de facto illegal, and migrants can stay under Keir Starmer because he's so fucking massively pro-migrant. Like, you can't really argue with people unless you can agree on what the basis of reality even is. What's that? A fun fact, the UK in its entire history has had 57 Prime Ministers. How many as a percentage have served since 2016? Well, we're about to have a 7th, so that would be, what, about 15%? Something like that.
They are buckling under the pressure of a border policy that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, I'm going to say again, what Andy Burnham should do is write a manifesto, put it in front of the British people and...
That was as bad as the original. Like, I won't have slander. I know it's very popular now to have a dig at Oasis because they're like money-grabbing fucking pieces of shit, but the music is still pretty solid. The music is... Honestly, What's the Story Morning Glory is a banger of an album. Okay? And I won't have the nonsense. Okay?
See whether they want him to be Prime Minister.
Okay. I'm going to move on, but just to be clear, because this is new information, what you're telling us tonight, Zia, is that you have requested to stand in a by-election, but you haven't been selected.
What I'm telling you is the presumption that I have...
They're laughing at you, Zia. They're laughing at you, you cock. See, he thought he'd make a banger of a point, and she's just going like, so you did apply to stand, and they told you to fuck off. Yeah? Okay. Noel is no Johnny Marr. True, although he does suck Johnny Marr's dick. Although he also sucks the Beatles' dicks, but you know, whatever. It's not bad dick to suck, I suppose, if you're going to.
Not put myself forward is a presumption, and yeah, it's inaccurate.
But that wasn't my point.
So therefore you have.
It was absolutely.
No, so hang on, Kevin. So therefore you have put your name forward.
Yeah. Your point, that fundamental was exactly your point. We can watch.
Kevin, let's get a clear answer.
No, you see, at Reform, we actually have a process. We have a
They
process.
wouldn't let you be their
We have a process. See, again, what we're not.
Zia, you fucked this up so badly that Emily Thornberry, a person with minus Riz, is now absolutely windmill donking on you. Like, come on now. Blur were not better. Blur were not better at all, okay? Anyone who says Blur were better is fucking art school freakery. I'm saying it right now. Blur were very fucking good. I'm not denying that for a second. Charmless Man, banger. Country House, banger. Some of the early stuff, lovely. But it's the only people who preferred Blur to Oasis are fucking art school hipsters. Just saying.
What we're not. No, hold on. We actually have a proper process by which you apply. What we don't have is an NEC. What we don't have is an NEC that, remember, Keir Starmer blocked that blocked Andy Burnham the first time, and then ushered him through to conduct a coup d'état on your current leader. And it's a really important point again here. This is the.
I'm just. You're forcing me to play it, Zia.
You are coping and seething.
Same person sat to my left who attacked the Tory party correctly at the time for endless carousel of unelected
Okay, so you've made that point.
And now we're seeing
you've made the point
again.
about the carousel. I'm going to move on, but I am taking from what you said, because it is new information, and I think it's worth noting, that you have put your name forward to stand in by-elections, but you've not been selected. If I'm wrong, tell me now. Okay, so I'm going to move on.
Oh, no.
Epic dub.
Let's take another question now, it's all related though. Thomas Dearman, where are you?
Since Brexit, Britain is about to get our 7th Prime Minister.
Hang on, is this the Reform guy from Makerfield, just in a beard? That's the same guy, isn't it? This is just Kenyan in a fucking beard. And now he's not running for parliament anymore, he can say what he really believes. Do the candidates believe that actually it's bad that I want to lick and sniff Carol Vorderman's arsehole? And yes, women shouldn't drive. What? I'm not him. What?
In 10 years, is Britain becoming ungovernable?
Now, we had a lot of questions.
No.
Based around this exact point. Are we ungovernable?
No, you just have to govern better. You have to actually give a fuck.
Whatever that means. Stephanie.
I think we have had a series. I think it's somewhat letting off the hook Keir Starmer and others who've not been good prime ministers in office to just say, oh, they were just unlucky to be in a system that had become ungovernable, that had become broken. I think in their different ways, turned out to be the wrong person to deal with the particular challenge they faced at that time.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I would also argue there is a systemic problem of having just neoliberals constantly for the last 50 years. Or 40 odd years, whatever. But yeah, I mean, they also have been inappropriate leaders, given their time.
But I do think that combination of Brexit and the sort of hyper-politicisation that we have from social media, where people can feel quickly and very violently about things that are political, but are not part of kind of broader institutions that actually might turn that into a constructive agenda for doing things. They can just feel violently about things online.
Well, maybe if the neoliberals hadn't destroyed trade unions and community groups, maybe if the police hadn't, literally had sleeper agents inside any kind of community activity groups, maybe they'd have a more constructive avenue by which they could express those feelings.
Or maybe go on a demonstration and then they go back home and they haven't actually achieved any political change and they might change their mind the next week. So I think in that kind of environment, it becomes very hard to do policy. And I think it's been particularly hard to do policy in the wake of Brexit, where you had, in effect, the result was a massive kick in the teeth to a whole lot of experts and the sort of policy-making apparatus, the policy-making elite, if you like. They all got a good kicking, but as a result, they had a total loss of confidence. And a lot of the people who would have otherwise been of sort of helping and guiding and using their expertise in government.
Right, but okay. They lost confidence, and so rather than introspect about what they got wrong that led the people to want to kick them in the teeth, they've just gone, the people are wrong. We, the governing elite, are not wrong. It is the people what are wrong. Get ready for Brexit too then, I guess. I don't know, maybe we'll leave planet Earth.
To help ministers were questioning themselves, saying, well, we told them what was the right thing last time and they didn't do that, so what do we do now? I think there was this sort of crisis of confidence that just sort of seeped through the British establishment. And many people might say that was a good thing, that they'd sort of been punished for some of the things in the past. But I think it has made, and Brexit was sort of a part of that, it was impossible to give people what they'd voted for because, as we all know, everyone voted for different things. And it sort of scrambled the machinery of government in a way that would have made it difficult for anybody, but it was particularly difficult for these flawed characters.
Okay, man there in the black and white shirt, yes.
I think it's rich for Zia Youssef to say that we've had 5 prime ministers in the last 10 years since Brexit, when it's your leader, Nigel Farage, who was the architect of Brexit, which has led to the situation we're now in, where we're now ungovernable.
Okay. I mean, Timu Dominic Calvert-Lewin here is right in one respect. It is true to say that the Reform Party are a large part of the problem to begin with. They did destabilise the British system, not just because of Brexit, but because of the lies they were told. And the fact that they made promises like, slapping X amount of money on the side of a bus, knowing they couldn't possibly fulfil that because they weren't going to be the government, definitely made people distrust the system even more. What I would say, and by the way, I'm a little bit annoyed that no one laughed at Timu Dominic Calvert-Lewin, because that's a fucking good joke. If you know football, you know that's a good joke. Little bit annoyed by that. Anyway, he is right in that respect, but to say we have become ungovernable is just untrue. And it's very annoying that they say, like, oh, it's Brexit that fucked things up, as if things were absolutely normal. As if, like, they just want to go back to 2012 when everything was fine. No, we still had austerity. We still had crippling austerity, which has fucking hollowed out the state completely and utterly. We were still absolutely, completely and utterly fucked as a nation. But middle class people felt it was okay because we were still in Europe. I don't know who Lawrence... Oh, for fuck's sake. No, wait. Nick Calvin. Boom. Him. To compare. You got... He looks like him, right? Solid. Solid reference.
I will. And you think Brexit has made us ungovernable? Why?
I think it's made us ungovernable because we don't have any stability anymore. We're not in Europe anymore. We've got war on the continent. If anything, now we should be in Europe. It's so important. And recent studies have shown that we have between 4 and 8% loss of our economic growth because we're not in the European Union. I mean, it would just be so much easier. So it doesn't make any sense. We need to get back in.
Well, it doesn't make sense, but people voted for it, so that's the end of that discussion. If you want to say we should have another referendum to rejoin, fine, make that argument. Got no problem. But to say it makes no sense isn't true. It makes every bit of democratic sense. As much as I dislike it, the people voted for it. That's the way it fucking goes.
Okay. Zia, I'm sure that's not your view.
I find it extraordinary that, again, it's the same Labour and Tory politicians concerned about whether this country is now, quote, ungovernable. What they're trying to do is place the blame for their own catastrophic betrayal of their own voters on the voters themselves.
See, the major parties are so shit they've made me agree with a guy who literally got fucking rinsed by his own party. A guy who's so unpopular his own party wouldn't let him stand. But he's absolutely correct on that. They are placing the blame on the voters for the faults of the politicians themselves. Yes. Now, it's absolutely none whatsoever. It's going to be no different or no better, certainly, could arguably much worse if reform do get in, which I'm not entirely convinced by, to be honest, but we'll wait and see whether they do or not. I think we're starting to see the increased scrutiny of the Reform Party starting to bear fruit. It's almost like the media haven't done their job on Nigel Farage for 25 fucking years, enabling him. Anyway.
Look, the Tories were voted in time and time and time again, whether people in this audience agree or not, because the British public wanted less immigration. The Tories promised in 4 consecutive manifestos to cut net immigration down to the tens of thousands.
I mean, again, it's fundamentally true. Again, I disagree with Conservative voters on this, but they did vote consistently for fewer migrants, and then the Tory Party brought in 1 million. I say brought in 1 million. That's a negative way of putting it. 1 million people came into the country in a year, which is unsustainable. You can't. That's far too many, especially when you're not building any fucking infrastructure whatsoever. Yeah, so the reform, and they vote for lower taxes, which the Tories also didn't give them. And in terms of the Labour Party, they've also abandoned their core voters in order to chase, centre-right people, or indeed just right-wing fucking people. And so, neither of the major political parties have any, there's no reason why their traditional voters would want to vote for them. And instead of looking inwards and going, are we the problem? They're literally the Principal Skinner meme. Am I the problem? No, it's the electorate that are the problem. It's that.
And what did they do? They shipped in 12 million people inside 14 years. Now Labour get in, and what are the things that took Keir Starmer down to sub-zero levels in the polls? It was cutting the winter fuel allowance. Was that in the manifesto? No, it wasn't. It was the attack on farmers in terms of inheritance tax that drove a farmer to suicide. Was that in the manifesto?
The family farm tax. It's so embarrassing. It drove a guy to suicide. As if an inheritance tax change would drive someone to suicide. I'm sure there were bigger factors at play. Also, you want me to feel sorry for one dead person whilst you actively support genocide against hundreds of thousands, if not millions? Get fucked.
Manifesto? No, it was not. It was digital ID. It's an endless carrot. It was the national insurance contribution increase for employers. All Labour have done, what all Keir Starmer did after winning, promising to change things, has delivered us an endless carousel, endless conga line of sleaze, whether it's Mandelson or anything else, whether it's Lord Alley and the glasses, etc. And what we have seen time and time again, I'm afraid, over the last 2 decades, is Labour and Tory politicians promise the electorate one thing and do literally the opposite of the thing that they promised. And to blame that on the voters, and say, oh, it's because Britain is ungovernable, I think is the most appalling deflection of responsibility. And that's a lot of why reform exists and why reform have led in closing on 300 national opinion polls in a row, because people are sick and tired of it.
Okay, so there are certainly things that are making it much more difficult to govern Britain. It's certainly there are things happening which are dividing us. Social media being one of them, and the way in which social media will push out outrage and division as a result. But there's also been a series of things. Brexit certainly is one of the things. But that should have been sort of a once in a lifetime kind of thing happen. But what else did we have? We had COVID. We had Ukraine, a war on European soil. We had the Iranian war and all the effects that's had on our ability to be able to import things. We're still getting over the global financial collapse, and we've had Trump. And so we've had all of these things together, which has been really challenging, I think, for our country. But I do think that we haven't fundamentally changed, and that we do have some hope. And I know Reform are upset about this, but 6 weeks ago in Makersfield, there were 8 out of 8 of the wards went Reform. And yet, because of a 23% swing to Labour, Andy Burnham was elected.
Because they wanted to kick Starmer out. Because Burnham was the kick Starmer out candidate. The people of Makerfield voted for reform in the local elections because they wanted to get Starmer out. And they voted, I'm sorry, the reason why they voted for reform is because they wanted to get the Labour leader out of office.
Could you stop so that I can finish what I'm saying?
Again, just being a belligerent prick on Twitter works here, not in real life.
I don't believe that our country has fundamentally changed. I do believe that our country is one where essentially we want to be able to look after one another. We want to be able to earn enough money to be able to feed our families, and we want our children to do better than we did. We want to be safe, and we want to be secure, and we want to have some hope. And we want there to be a plan, and that is why that is why I think that if Andy Burnham does become the next Prime Minister, that is his challenge, and his other challenge is to make sure that we do not get the populist right elected into our country and running it, because they will ruin us.
Okay, that's sort of fair enough. Yeah. The rumbling noise is really distracting. Apologies, I can't turn the fan off. I can't turn it off, it's far too hot. If it's too much for you, by all means, you can come back when Britain isn't on fire. But I'm sat indoors, melting at fucking 9:30 in the evening, it's still too warm. Thank you to James Holmes on YouTube, much love to you. And thank you, Jam, who says, why is your fan so quiet? Turn it up, cheeky cunt. Thank you. You can give me money to get AC. I mean, I definitely won't get AC. Chat, the door is open, you can leave. True. I'm just shaking off you fucking audio fleas. Okay? If you want to do your student politics, fuck off to someone else's stream who's good at this. Yeah? 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 Oh yeah, but air conditioning is illegal. That is true. Keir Starmer? Just see, Yusuf said it, so...
Woman there with the glasses. Yes, she's got a microphone over your head there. Yes, you. I'm looking at you. You had your hand up. There you go.
Yeah, I don't think the problem is that this country has become ungovernable. But what I do think is that the political arena, if you like, has changed a lot, and the electorate have become a lot more impatient. and far less likely to let things carry on as they are for whatever reason. In the same way that football managers, the England football manager changes every 5 minutes. Therefore, you know, in the same...
No, it doesn't. Literally, no. Gareth Southgate was England manager for like 8 years or something, wasn't he? The fuck are you talking about? It doesn't change every 5 minutes. Huh?
Same way, the Prime Minister needs to change every 5 minutes. The Prime Minister, whatever party they are leading, whichever party they stand for, needs to be given time, adequate time, to actually carry out their policies and their manifesto. Okay?
Yeah, you're right. A good point ruined by a shit analogy. Yeah. Also, can they get a picture of Andy Burnham looking less divvy in front of number 10 Downing Street for the bit there? Because he does look a bit of a schmunt.
And the person in a black or dark blue T-shirt, I think, just behind. No, to the right. To the right. You've got your hand up. You've got a short, dark brown hair. That's it. There you go.
Hi. So I've worked in education for 17 years, and I just wanted to refer back to Brexit. So
Okay, I'm just going to say it now. The pronouns are definitely in the bio. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Come on now. You know. Hey, hello, Mix Vivian Wolf. Talking of pronouns. How are you? Mix is a pronoun. Don't even fucking start with me. You can't cancel Kev. I'm uncancelable. Yeah, everyone go and follow Mix Vivian Wolf on every single platform that exists.
my partner, for example, has a master's in adolescence child mental health. She's got a BA degree in English.
Oh, is it a title? I thought it was a pronoun. I don't fucking care.
Yet, due to Brexit, she's from Greece. She can't get a job anywhere because nobody will...
She came from Greece, she had a thirst for knowledge. She studied sculpture at St Martin's College. That's a different Britpop era song.
Sponsor visas. I've worked in education now, I'm a recruiter. We are desperate for maths and English teachers. And there's no schools in Northamptonshire, very, very limited, that are offering opportunity for sponsorship. And how are we preparing for our young people, our future leaders? Why are we doing this? Why are we causing division? We're stronger, more united. We're stronger when we collectively work together. And I just feel like we are more divided than ever. And we have to start to really think about these people. They're people you're talking about, not immigrants, they're people. And they're people...
Well, yeah, exactly. That, I mean, she's making a very good point, which Zia Yusuf will ignore.
Is Britain becoming on? Yes, okay. I'm exactly coming to you. Yeah.
No, I don't think it is, Thomas. I don't think it's ungovernable.
Oh,
as long as...
for I wasn't looking at the screen, so I didn't know which way he turned. So he said, "Can I answer that?" And he said, "No." I genuinely, for a second, I was like, "Is he going to say no? They're not people?" But he wasn't talking to the woman. He was talking to the guy who said the original questioner. That would have been... I mean, he would have been honest, because he probably doesn't think of them as people, but, you know, still.
Our politicians are willing to make the tough choices. And I set some out earlier. Not everybody will agree with them, but that's the kind of choices we've got to make to be able to balance the books and prioritise spending. And I think that's where Keir Starmer went wrong. He wasn't able either to take the tough decisions or force those decisions past his backbenchers. And I think...
Wow, force them past the backbench. It's almost like you don't believe in any kind of democracy. What's the point of electing members of parliament? Why not just elect a dictator? Why not just have a dictator who can just impose their will on people? You fucking loser.
Andy Burnham will have exactly the same problem. But the point I just want to make, which is coming back to Zia, the point really, I don't care if you stand for election or not. The point is, you sit there having not stood for election and say it's all so easy. That's my point.
To be fair, Kevin, he did try. His own party just don't like him, so you know that he's going to dunk on you again with that little factoid.
About it, and clearly it must be Nigel Farage is preventing you from standing, because it's a one-man band and he's the only person who dictates which candidates go forward. But also Nigel Farage, you talked about Andy Burnham. So Nigel Farage said he was going to nationalise the water industry, and then he said he wasn't. He said he was going to do £90 billion of tax cuts at the last election, and then he said he wasn't. He said he was going to get the Royal Navy to tow the boats back, small boats back to northern France, and then he said he wasn't. And he's
mainly because it was pointed out that we'd have to illegally enter French national waters, which would be kind of an act of war. Do we really want war with France? Are you sure? Because they've got there's a tunnel now. We're not even technically an island anymore because they can just go through the tunnel. That was the long-term strategic problem with the tunnel, and the fact that we've got shit trains, so it's not even any faster on the British side of the Channel Tunnel. But also it means that any army that fancies it can just walk or take the train, which will be very quick from Paris until you get to Dover. And then will take so long that you might actually die waiting to get to London. I don't know.
He said he was going to lift the cap on two-child benefits, and then he said he wasn't. So when you sit there and say how it's all easy from having never run for Parliament and never put your head above the parapet, I think people should realistically question your ability to deliver on what you say you're going to do, because you just don't know anything about it.
Yes, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, firstly, I genuinely really appreciate Kevin's endorsement. Clearly, the country's problems would be solved immediately if I ran for Parliament. This is a really important point.
Again, he thinks that kind of snark wins. And on Twitter, that would be a really, really funny little quip. He'd get lots of likes. But it just makes you look a cunt when you say it on a supposedly a serious discussion show. Like, you just come across as a childish twat. You just come across as a fucking horrible little fucking snarky, sarcastic prick. And people don't warm to that, Kia, Zia, they're all the same.
Let's not forget what the Tories did in their 14 years of government. We've heard a lot. Pretty much every substantive answer he's given today has talked about living within our means and making sure that we're spending money in a fiscally responsible way. This is supposed to be the party of low taxes. This is the party that tripled our national debt to close to £3 trillion.
Literally. Oh, we're on a hype train. I didn't even know. Shit. Okay. Thank you, MB2K, who says, subscribing with Prime. Happy New Year, Giv. Happy New Year to you, MB2K. Thank you, Sozzled Snake, for gifting a community sub. I like the fact that MBK does that same thing every month. They remembered the joke and they ran with it, and I fucking appreciate that. Thank you, Sozzled Snake, for gifting a community sub. Thank you to Sozzled Snake, who says, first step, have a bunch of rats take over Brum due to bin strikes. Check. 2. Step engineer a heatwave. Check. 3. Third step, we take over France and steal their baguettes. Foolproof plan. Okay, well, Birmingham has got 1 and 2 checked off, okay? All I'm saying is, we can take France. Like, let's be honest, right? Emmanuel Macron is the Keir Starmer of France. They're not going to be able to fucking take us. We can have them, I reckon. And they've got a functioning network of fucking trains and shit. So we just copy what they're doing. Why are you gay? It's a very good question. It's still very fucking quiet, but it is there. Thank you, Mrs. Rebbe? Being all French. Thank you for resubscribing. And a whole year now you've been with me on Prime. Much love to ya.
This is the party that squandered. We heard about COVID. This is the party that squandered £5 billion to fraud, including £200 million. Remember Baroness Moan? Do you remember Baroness Moan and the money that turned up in the offshore trust? All of those Tory mates who got PPE money for companies that had existed for about 2 minutes. This is the party that imported 12 million people inside 14 years.
Imported. See, do you remember when I said he'd ignore the woman saying these people are human? Told you.
That wokery to run rampant through all of our...
Wokery!
Right-wing bollocks.
Throbbing... Great institutions. That is why most of your colleagues lost their seats at the last general election, and most of your colleagues are going to lose their seats.
Okay, hang on.
The debt increased. The debt increased because of the financial crisis in 2010. We inherited a country that was bankrupt.
So you did austerity, which made it worse. Thanks.
All the money we put in
What was
through
the national debt in 2010?
Okay.
What was
All
the-
right, tell you what,
£400
I'm going to stop you here.
£400
I'm going to stop you here, because this next question is going to be pretty interesting in the context of this. Pete Flower, where are you sitting? All right, off you go.
If the Conservatives and Reform UK continue to compete rather than cooperating, how can the political right realistically challenge Labour at the next general election?
Well, the Tory party will wither and die. Much like the country is withering in this heat.
Would you like to see the Conservatives and Reform collaborate?
I think they have to.
Do you think we're seeing any signs of that?
No, no, and this is the problem. I think the left are quite happy to coalesce.
Oh yeah, the left, well known for getting along with one another. Honestly, I keep saying to the left, guys, we should have more disagreements. We agree on everything and never have any fights whatsoever. Yeah. This is definitely true. This is fantastically true analysis that you're doing here, sir.
And obviously with the defections from Conservative to Reform and the split between Nigel Farage and Rupert Lowe, there seems to be a lot of animosity on that side.
Okay, I'm obviously going to come to you, Per.
Yeah,
Stephanie, why don't you...
literally, talking about Monty Python earlier, literally in that very same film, The Life of Brian, there's literally a bit, and that film was made in the late 70s. Interestingly, funded by George Harrison of the Beatles. Little fact. Anyway, in the 1970s, they literally did a whole bit about we're the People's Party of Judea, not the Judean People's Party. Fucking splitters, right? And that was in the 70s that we were doing that shit. That was in the fucking 70s. And this guy still hasn't got the message. He's like, oh, the left are happy to coalesce. You're a fucking idiot. You're an absolute fucking moron. You're a jizz wizard. Shut up.
Kick us off on this.
I mean, I'm struck by the fact that although we kind of feel like we live in a world where Reform are just waiting to take power, and this is all just a sort of preamble
Office.
to Reform winning the next election, and everything that the government is doing, everything that's happened with Labour is all seen through that prism. It's striking to me that of the 5 by-elections since 2024, Reform's only won one of them by my count. So I think this, your question actually gets to the point of this kind of assumption that Reform is just going to walk into Downing Street in the next election, which some people use for sort of scare tactics. I suspect will have a slightly different tone from Andy Burnham. I think,
and obviously Reform have led in the polls for a long time now.
But I just think it sort of shows we have a system that is not equipped for 5 parties with this kind of level of support. Maybe that's one of the things.
Yeah, maybe we should have an actual democracy. That would be cool, wouldn't it?
Because, we have, since Brexit, become more European. We're growing more slowly, and we have a lot more parties, and we find it very hard to form governments. But I do think without...
Could we be better at football as well? Could we do that?
Without the kind of discussion that you're talking about, which doesn't seem very likely here, that may be one of the reasons why people are talking about Andy Burnham calling an election, because actually when it comes down to it, it would be hard for Reform to win or the right to win.
Can I just hear from some of you about this particular point then, whether you think it's a good or a bad idea to get this kind of coalescence of ideas around the right? Yes, the man there in the colourful shirt.
I think that as an older man, I have a view, and that is that...
Oh, well, thank you. Thankfully you have a view. So many older men don't tell us their views. I'm so glad. Actually, on that point, fuck it, we'll do... I was sort of saving this maybe for another day, but fuck it, we'll do it. Fuck it, we'll do it live. The heat wave that is currently ongoing, which, by the way, as I mentioned earlier, has seen 3 successive days of the hottest day in June ever, which is a little worrying, it has to be said, has led to a lot of talk, has it not, online, with largely older people going, oh, well, it was very hot in 1976. And that is true. There was a very significant heat wave in the summer of 1976. Britain was brought to a virtual standstill. There were standpipes in the street, all the rest of it. And people point to this as, well, clearly climate change isn't even happening then. And also that we're a weaker nation because of woke. These are two essentially ancillary points that they're bringing up. Couple of quick points. Firstly, demonstrably it was better in 1976 than it is now, right? Because at least in 1976 we didn't have to put up with old cunts on the internet whinging about how hot it was 50 fucking years ago, which is a genuinely added irritant to the already annoying weather, right? So they had it better then, definitely. And secondly, people remember 1976 because it was unusual. It was an unusual event to have a summer that hot. Not quite so. Not quite so today, because 3 out of the last 4 years have been the hottest years on record. The hottest years on Earth since records began 170 years ago, or whatever it was. This is not an unusual event. This is a repeated pattern where we have consistently above pre-industrial levels of temperature around the world. This is the new normal. And secondly, this idea that people are too weak nowadays. Did you know they're closing the schools? They're closing the schools because of woke. It's woke to be too hot at school. It's woke not to die of heat stroke at work. Except, of course, that the same thing happened in 1976. It's just these people, these boomer twats, are looking back with rose-tinted glasses because in 1976 they were young and happy, whereas now they're old and unhappy. So there was about a 20% extra excess death rate in the summer of 1976. It was reported that there were 1,000 excess deaths in 2 weeks alone in Thanet, which is not a particularly well populated area of Kent alone. Lots and lots of schools up and down the country either closed or shut between 12 and 1 p.m, or closed for the day at 12 or 1 p.m, in order that children could be at home during the hottest part of the day. Railways began to melt. Literally. People went on strike. There were strikes at airports and factories across the country because the conditions to work in during the height of the day were too fucking hot. Also, people went out on strike to get heat-related bonuses. That was the thing that happened. And, little fact for you, when people go on about the crime rates and how dangerous modern Britain is, did you know that there was a massive spike in the number of house burglaries in the summer of 1976? Yeah, because people had windows and doors open. So gaining entrance to other people's houses in order to steal their shit was a lot easier. And people did, in record numbers. Far, far in excess of the current crime rates. So when dickheads start going on about 1976, tell them that they're wrong.
Many of us in this country are completely and utterly disenchanted with the flipping lot of you. You are... And when the Conservative member talks about how the Labour Party are going to bring in...
The Blitz is another great example. Yeah, people talk about the Blitz spirit. People don't talk about the huge crime wave or the massive black market that existed during the Blitz. Nah, that bit's ignored. Because it doesn't fit the narrative, does it?
A mayor from Manchester, look what happened when you brought in a mayor. How disingenuous. I mean, I just think that if we could find some way in which people's votes counted...
Yeah, actually have a democracy, yeah. Yeah, I do like the unbuttoned shirt and the slight hint of greying chest hair. This is a man who's like, yeah, this is the kind of shirt that suggests, I have tanned my gooch on a beach. I've been to a naked beach and it's fine. That's normal. Leave me alone.
Then people would vote more. And the way it looks at the moment is, yes, perhaps there is going to be somebody who wasn't voted in, but the Conservative...
Oh yeah, this lad fucks. This lad's a shagger. 100%.
Know all about that, so I don't know how they dare say anything. If that, the way things are at the moment, to get reform in with Nigel Farage, who is the biggest opportunist in this country politically, because people are fed up with a lot of you and want something different. And if that difference comes by getting rid of first past the post and having collaborative government, then that might be a way forward.
Okay. The woman in the white top with the glasses.
I think that the gentleman, the Conservative gentleman, I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name.
Kevin Hollinwick.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you literally flex on him, love. Flex on him. Yeah, I can't even remember your name. Soulless husk of a person on the panel there. Also, we have a beard of such gloriousness. Look at it. We can only see the bottom part of it, but it goes down past his nip-nips. Look at that. It's like an ethereal being is metamorphosing behind this woman. And it's hair on a man's chin. And I'm very much here for it. I hope we get to see the full thing in its proper glory. Fuck yes.
The idea that Zia Youssef and his party and you two together is basically my nightmare. I just not but you're both just not too far to the right. I'm definitely a fan of Labour and I wish that Andy Burnham makes a good job of it.
Well, listen, are there, I'd be really, and obviously Zia and Kevin, I'm going to come to you, of course I am, but are there where are the reform supporters? Let's hear your view on this. Yes, there's two of you there. So let's the man in the white shirt a little bit further forward. Yes.
Yeah. One thing I've noticed that obviously with reform, but I'm looking at Labour and looking at Conservative, and through 2 or 3 times I've noticed that when there was quite a, you was having a discussion about 23 million and ADHD, etc., then you just spun it and just aimed your anger at reform, and you seem to be doing the same, and that is what the British public are just fed up with. We're taxpayers, and all we hear you do is
good, sometimes maybe shit.
Saturday night with Kev and a beard less than 3.
True. Also, what is this guy's point? People don't like politics? I'm not sure that's true. They don't like politicians. That is true, but yeah, we're going to do the game. We're going to have to.
Tit for tat and arguing, and you don't actually important things.
Okay, can you complete a full sentence, please, mate? I know you look like a big toe, but I imagine you do have some sort of cognitive function. So can you actually complete a full sentence for me? Use your big boy words.
You should be doing. You're not doing it. I've just sat here 3 times and watched it, and you've sort of gone for Youssef, but shouldn't you be sort of discussing more important things?
Right. The man behind you.
What then, the policies that your political opponent has? Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, brilliant.
In the black t-shirt, or the man in the another man in the white shirt. Yeah.
Mate.
Oh, both of you. Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, hear from both. The man in the black top first.
Right, I did vote reform, but I'm moving to restore. Mainly
it's even worse. Brilliant.
Right-wing bollocks.
I'm sick of the lot of them, and the restore would be a protest vote. Every MP has...
Oh yeah, it's definitely a protest when you're funded by the richest human being in existence. Yeah, definitely.
As far as I can see, just taking us. And Nigel Farage is definitely that. They're not working for us.
But you did support him. You're now disenchanted. That's what you're saying, I think.
Yeah, Rupert...
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm getting nervous. Nigel Farage turns up with a pint and a smile. Rupert Lowe turns up with a book with the facts.
All right.
And that's what I want to hear.
The man next.
Why does it look like this man has an arm growing out of the side of his face? That's what I want to know.
Next to you.
To answer the question to the gentleman about would it be good to have two right-wing parties joined together, so we'd have Farage, Prime Minister, we'd have Tommy Robinson as the Chancellor Exchequer, because at the end of the day, it is pathetic what's going on with Farage at the moment. People should not even contemplate ever having him as in charge of the country.
Okay, all right. But,
Yeah, fair dues. I wondered where he was going then. I thought he was suggesting that Tommy Robinson as Chancellor was a good idea. But I mean, to be honest with you, the only thing that would happen is he'd spend the entire national budget on cocaine, which, you know, would be fun in a short term, but I don't think is a long-term fiscally responsible position. I will say that.
okay. But I know there are plenty of people here in this audience who do support Nigel Farage. I'm just wondering if any of you support this idea of a kind of coalition on the
Have we
right.
actually just checked that though? Because you did ask earlier who supports reform, and I make out 4 people in the audience put their hands up, which is interesting given reform is at 28% in the average of the poll. So genuine question, could we...
Right, but it's based on other things. It's based on the previous election, isn't it? Also, dickhead, a lot of your voters are ashamed to vote for you because, you know, the right wing know that the things they believe are bad, and you're just whinging now, like literally.
You are coping and seething.
We get a show of hands from people who actually support reform.
I think you'll see that's a bit more than 4.
I make that 8. Yeah, it's certainly not. It's certainly nowhere close to representative again, I'm afraid, Fiona.
Can I just point out there are more people than that in the audience? They're just not putting their hands up.
Okay, we'll have to. We'll all
And
have
there's
to take the
nothing I can
BBC
do about
word
that,
for
I'm afraid, because as you know,
And
we are.
you just
Zia,
asked-
Whinging, whining little bitch.
let me finish.
Fiona.
We are scrupulous about making sure that our audience is politically representative, and I just want to
And
point
we all
that
just
out.
have to take the BBC's word for that. Fair enough. Okay.
Well, I'm certainly not lying about it, I can tell you that.
Well, then where's the evidence?
So, Zia.
But Fiona, with respect, where's the evidence for that? So you just made an important claim, but you had appealed to authority, which is the
Because,
BBC should
Zia,
believe us. So where's the evidence for
Zia,
it?
as you know, we question everybody, we interview everybody over the phone, we check their social...
By the way, Zia, like, this is really embarrassing, mate. You're just whining.
media. But what also happens is not everyone wants to put their hand up and show their political allegiance on national television.
Okay.
And there's nothing I can do about that, I'm afraid.
Which is why I just said we've got to take the BBC word for it, which you agree with.
And I'm happy to do so.
Oh my god. Does he think this is good? This has to be the end of his career, right? This performance of snowflakery has to be the end. Because this is pathetic. This is really sad. No wonder they didn't let you stand, mate. You know you can't just be a childish little bitch when someone on the doorstep, like, questions you as well. You can't just scream woke or whatever at someone when they don't want to vote for you.
But listen, the question from Peter is, if the Conservatives and Reform UK continue competing rather than cooperating, how can the political right realistically challenge Labour at the next general election? What's your feeling about that?
Well, I would just point to the data. So in Caerphilly, the Conservatives lost their deposit, were irrelevant and non-entity. In Gorton and Denton, they lost a deposit, were irrelevant and a non-entity. In Makerfield, they lost a deposit and were a non-entity. So I could go on. The data does not back up this notion that the Tories and Labour, the Tories and Reform together would be a superior electoral force. And I also make the point too that one of the core reasons Reform exists is out of this sheer sense of betrayal for what those same said Tories did to the country. What they claim to say, what they claim to stand for, is not only what they'll do in government, it is the very opposite of what they do in government. And that is why, if you want secure borders, if you want the mass deportation of illegal migrants, you want your taxes to come down, you want a sensible energy policy that doesn't worship Greta Thunberg at the expense of the...
Again, they just make up any old shit. The right wing will just say any old shit that worships Greta Thunberg. I mean, firstly, that would be based as fuck, and I'm very much here for that energy policy, but that isn't real. That isn't real, Zia. You're making shite up.
the well-being of the British people, then you've got to vote for reform, and we need a reform majority.
So, Kevin, You lost your deposit in Makerfield.
Burn.
Kemi Badenoch's own personality popularity ratings are not bad, but for the Conservative Party overall, they're terrible. Without some kind of alliance, is there not the possibility of annihilation for you in the next
No,
general election?
I don't agree with that. As Aberdeen South showed last week, when we got 50% of the vote, Reform won nothing last week. We won one local parliamentary by-election, and I think we won 4 local by-elections that week. Reform won nothing. Of course, it's different in different parts of the country in terms of the demographic and the propensity to vote a certain way. So I don't believe that. And the Conservative Party, our vote share, if you look at the local elections, last year, Reform were the winners on the night, beat by 14 points. This year by 7 points.
Maybe we'll try and finish this off at half time, Gigadoo, because we have foosball action is taking place. Chat. Where are we? No, that's the wrong one. That's entirely right. Boop. There we go. Where are we? Hang on a minute. Yes, we've got Panama versus England. I understand there will be a lot of people in the chat, either Welsh or Scottish or Irish or, I mean, just generally anti-imperialist nature. It's absolutely fine. You don't have to stick around, or you can cheer for Panama. I don't give a fuck. That is entirely your business. But I will be watching. So if you want to stick around for that, you absolutely can do. Is Elmo still going to be on fire for the football? That is a representation of me, and as I'm still on fire, yes, absolutely. Also, where is this game being played? Because it's absolutely pissing down. Like it is. That is a lot of rain going on there. Does it tell me where the game is? It's in New York's Jersey. Okay, yeah. So it's in the stadium that the final will be played at. In it was the Giant Stadium, and then they knocked it down and rebuilt it. But it's basically the same thing but bigger, I think. And you can't walk there. That's another thing I've learned. I need my hydration breaks. Fair dues. Okay, what I am going to do, talking of hydration breaks, is I need to go and get a couple of beers from the fridge. So I'm going to do that briefly, and then it'll be kick-off time. I'll see you in a second. Hello everybody, how are we all? Oh. Apologies, I thought it was kicking off at 11, which is why I started when I did, and I'd have probably ended perfectly on time to just go downstairs and crack open a cold one and go and watch it in the garden, but here we are. The Irish flag qualified though with Ivory Coast. True. The Côte d'Ivoire, if you will. Also, from the early games, are Scotland still in with a chance of qualifying? I do hope so, but I don't know. They needed a particular set of results to go their way, and I don't know if they did or not. The knockouts as it stands. Let's have a look at that. Group stage. Are Scotland definitely out? I don't know. Let's have a look. Croatia are still going to play against DR Congo, but other than that, I'm not sure. I think Scotland are out now. Yeah, that would make sense. I think because you've got because hang on. Have you got any more group stages? Oh, hang on, you got group Algeria and Austria. I don't know. Basically, I'm not sure. I can't find any clarification on that though. Yeah, they did still have a reasonable chance, but look, the thing is, and it's a shame for Scotland. I would have loved them to get through, but you can't. I don't think they have a realistic complaint, given that they scored 1 goal in 3 games. They just didn't go forward enough. I understand they wanted to be. Early shot by Panama. Easy enough to save, but yeah. England playing in red today with Panama in white. Yeah, realistically, scoring 1 goal is not going to be enough in virtually any situation. Albeit it did give you a chance at this one because of the 8 of the 12 third place teams go through as well, which is a new, rather silly thing, but whatever. But because they got battered by, I say battered 3-0 by Brazil, that's going to hurt your goal difference a lot. Yeah, some changes for England. They've gone in with a slightly different look. I honestly wouldn't have minded them putting Harry Kane on the bench for this one, because we don't really need to win it, and he's getting on a bit, and we do need him for the knockouts. They need Ghana to win by 3 goals against Croatia. I mean, okay, so they're effectively out then. No offence to Ghana, but they're not going to beat Croatia by 3 goals. They could beat them, so that's not impossible, but yeah, that's not going to happen. They really needed to thrash Haiti, because that's the thing. It's not just that they scored 1 goal in 3 games, which isn't great. It was a scuffed goal in a 1-0 win against Haiti. That's not enough, lads. I'm sorry. Clark got his tactics wrong, and they were trying to play out from the back against Brazil. You've got to think of it like regular war and guerrilla war. They were trying to play Brazil at their own game, and Brazil are just better than that. You can't match them. You're not going to meet them on their own fucking playing field and win, Scotland. You're just not going to. So they decided to play suicide football and give them fucking goals. It was just... It was very annoying. And they didn't get the best out of Scott McTominay. A guy who's had a great season, got votes in the Ballon d'Or, and was... I wouldn't say a non-entity, but he really didn't... It didn't... he didn't light the thing up. He was put in sort of shackles, really, but yeah. Oh. It's starting to get grumbly outside. Do you mean like raining and stuff? Oh, that's in these wet conditions. Those crossfield passes have got to be basically perfect. Watching Scott McKenna try and pass the ball was honestly sad. Well, this is the thing, right? Every team now thinks they've got to play out from the back, but there are some teams it's just not going to be feasible. Oh, hang on. Throw on goal, cross into the box. Yeah, uncleared. Every team thinks they're going to be able to pass out from the back, and like we see this in the domestic game as well. Like if you're Man City or Liverpool or Arsenal, yeah, you pass out from the back because you're a better football team. If you're playing in League One, why the fuck are you trying to pass it out from the back like you've got the skill to be able to do these things? You've got to know what your strengths and your weaknesses are. And watching fucking Cheltenham Town try and play like they're fucking prime Barcelona is just silly. Oh, ball into the box. Bellingham wins a corner. Mostly surprised at how few fouls, dirty fouls there are compared to the Prem. Well, you say that, but Uruguay were very dirty against Spain the other night, and actually, to be fair, Ghana were quite dirty against England the other night as well. But yeah, no, I agree. I suppose just because they're like blowing for every fucking foul, so if you're going to start actually being heavy with it, you're going to pick up a lot of cards. Ball into the box, half cleared. And now fully cleared. Are you pro hydration break? Absolutely not. They've snuck in a 4-quarter football by the back door. They tried it in '94. They wanted a 4-quarter match, and FIFA told them to fuck off. And this time round, they've gone, well, we'll have hydration breaks, even in games in like air-conditioned stadiums, or like today, it's pissing down with rain. They don't need hydration. They've got plenty of fucking hydration. There's literally rain everywhere. It's not a dry condition that they're going to need water for. And yet they're still going to have 2 hydration breaks because they want 4-quarter football for the advertisers. It's all fucking money poisoning everything, as always. Fucking furious. And they'll probably keep it for the next World Cup. Fuck it, why not play a World Cup in fucking Greenland and still have an hydration break? Fucking evil bastards. England, as expected, have got a lot of possession and are passing it around, you know, okay. But it's a similar pattern to the first 2 games, really. They could call it a warming break. Yeah, exactly. When they have like a cold World Cup, they'll have to have a warming break. They're all allowed to go and stand in front of a fucking 3-bar fire for a couple of minutes. God, oh my, Bellingham's a fucking good player. He really is. Yeah, he's a different level, this lad. And he's still only 21, is it, or 22? Like, he's going to be fucking crazy good. For potentially a very long time as well. Okay, over on the left with, is that Rashford, I think? Gets his shot away. Oh, good save at the near post. Rashford cutting in from the left. Which, yeah, he loves doing this, Tuchel. He plays people on the wrong fucking side. So he was playing Madueke, a left footer, on the right wing in the previous game, which didn't work. And now he's got fucking Rashford out on the left, who's a right footer. But on this occasion, he cuts in and gets a shot away, and it's a good save. Oh, keeper flapped at it, but the shot goes wide from Saka. They are nice red shirts. It's different to the usual red. The usual red that England have is like a kind of more of a burgundy red, but this is like a slightly brighter red, which I do quite like. I support Panama because I hate everything about this country. They don't deserve success. Smethikian, not English. That's fair. I've said this before. I want England to win for me, not for English football fans, because English football fans are the worst human beings. They really are, and would be insufferable if we did win. So what I would ask of all of my people for whom this is the you hate the England football team, at least, like, if we are successful in any degree in this tournament, please at least be happy for me. Oh, he started well, Rashford, down the left though. Gets past his man and puts the ball in, and he has to put it behind for a corner. Unless, was he offside? No, I don't think he was. What game time do you have? I have 9 minutes and 17 seconds. Although by the time you hear this, it'll be like 20 seconds further along, because yeah. Because there's a delay. Well, what I would say to anyone in chat is, if something happens in the... oh, fuck's sake, rubbish ball into the box. If something happens in the game, don't celebrate it or condemn it or talk about it for a few seconds, depending on where everyone else is when they're watching, in terms of the actual game. So if a team scores, don't go, yeah, 1-0 or whatever, for a few seconds, to allow everyone to make sure you do the thing. Kev, do you have the swars? What the fuck is swars? Hang on. Swars. Swars is an internet slang term made famous by YouTuber the Russian Badger. I don't know what that is. It means swagger. Do I have swagger? I've got the moves like swagger. I don't even know where it would be watchable here. Well, I don't know where you're from, but presumably there must be some broadcast. I mean, it's the World Cup. Is there any country in which this won't be shown? Outside of maybe some crazy shit like North Korea or something. Although it gets shown there too, like Korean love football. They've got, like, literally, they've got a storied history in the World Cup, North Korea. They've only qualified like 3 times, but they did beat the mighty Italy in '66 with a goal. The only Korean footballer I can even name is almost certainly dead. Who scored 1-0 at a ground that recently closed, of course, at Goodison Park in Liverpool, the Everton ground, the former Everton ground. A guy called Pak Do-ik, that was his name. He scored in a 1-0 win. And like I say, he's probably dead now. Just because, old. Like, the only person who's still alive from the England team that year is Jeff Hurst, the hat-trick guy. Because you'd have to basically be in your 80s at this point, which is possible, but like that's fucking old. Do you want to explain what you mean by SWAWS, by the way? So SWAWS. What does that mean? Because all I could find was it was a meme from some Russian guy, which... Kev, I'll confess, I just desperately wanted to hear how you would pronounce Swaz. I set it as my name in some online space to see people do it. You pronounced it way more typical of people in the US. British people tend to pronounce it as swouse. Really? Where's the O sound coming from there? Whereas Americans will go with swaz as their word is, as in their word swallow. Okay. Don't Everton women play at Goodison Park? Do they? I thought they were closing it down and like building houses on it or some shit. That's usually what they do with like old grounds, isn't it? It's kind of a shame to see old grounds going. I know it's progress and, you know, modernity, and of course the old grounds themselves were once new grounds, and you probably had people in 1906 going, you know, why are we building a new fucking stadium? We should just carry on playing in the park. You know. Cut in from the left by Saka. Weak shot, really. Easily saved. Wasn't there a North Korean wonder kid? Was there? I have no idea. Kevin, where are you in the UK, if you don't mind me asking? Up here in the north, the heat wave seems to be mostly basically over. I was burning alive yesterday, good lord give me rain. I'm in Birmingham, in the Midlands, and it's certainly cooler right now. Like, I could probably turn off the main big fan I've got blowing up my bollocks, but I'm not going to. But it was certainly a bit more bearable today. But there are parts of the country that are literally on fire. I mean, there are fucking wildfires in, was it Gloucestershire or somewhere? Which is, again, a relatively regular occurrence, unfortunately. Now, oh, Panama on the attack. Oh, he's bollocks that up. And England can mop up at the back. We've got to be wary defensively. We're not that great. You do wonder where the likes of Mbappe are going to fucking run through us. Sorry, I've also got an ice cream. What's this? What have we stopped for? No, free kick to England. On the topic of the weather, you guys basically got our early July temperature even earlier, which is mad since we're basically Mediterranean climate here. Oh, in Bulgaria, yeah. People forget that. People always think of like Eastern Europe as being like some cold ass shit, but there's fucking like, oh, Kane at the back post, deflected wide. Whereas, yeah, there are parts of like the former Soviet bloc and stuff that are, like you say, like they're on the fucking, they're on the Black Sea and stuff, you know. Crimea is hot, yeah, true. And even like parts of the Balkans and shit, like Croatia and shit like that. Like they're on the Adriatic. It's the fucking, it's the Mediterranean. They're not just like slightly spicy poles or something. I was born in like the 4th or 5th hottest city in the country, and it was 33 today. That is a lot. Although it was actually hotter in Britain. Up to like 37, which is just, that's not acceptable. How the fuck do people live in places where it's like gets up to 40 and shit? Fuck that. No, but really, like, some British people do think of them as, like, they're spicy Poles. They're Poles with, like, tomato-based cuisine. Well, that's how people think of them, you know? It's fucked up. England in pretty decent control. But I haven't really created a great deal so far. Anderson's a good player, but I can't help but feel that there may have been an overpayment for him, in all honesty. $120 or something, was it? 120 million. Fucking mad. Like, how the fuck is a footballer worth that amount of money? It's so stupid. Although, of course, was it Neymar was 220 million? Which is just farcical. Most overrated player ever. Crossed into the box, punched away. I legit taped cardboard to the window to darken the room a bit more. Does that work? Is that even a thing? They can grow grapes in Crimea. Fucking hell. Yeah, true, it did basically, yeah. Oh, nearly through. Good run. Like, he's so overrated, and yet, like, he's even at this World Cup now. He won't play that much. Ooh, gone for a long one. Well wide. Yeah, Neymar's at this World Cup, and let's be honest, he's there because of advertisers. Advertisers are going to use him in their adverts, and they want him at the tournament. Oh, around the corner. Oh, gets it across the Saka. Oh, blocked away. I don't fancy this Panama defence all that much either, to be honest. I'm gonna commentators curse this for a 0-0, but and say there's goals in this game, because I don't fancy either side defensively that much. Now Panama are doing fine, but like, you can kind of see by the way their players react to certain passes and stuff that they're not confident defenders. Netherlands and part of France are getting stormed on at the moment. Fucking getting rain mugged. Hey, hydration break! Woo! Isn't this fucking awesome? Love it. Love wasting our time in the middle of a fucking downpour of rain. They need money. No, they need not money. They need water. Angela Rayner. True. Although what I will say, because this is on ITV, which is the UK's commercial broadcaster for this, so there's the BBC, which doesn't have adverts at all, and then ITV is an advertiser-funded thing, but they don't actually have like adverts on during the thing. So fair play to them for that. They could take the money and be cunts, but they haven't. Well, FIFA apparently needs money. No, Gianni Infantino needs money in his Swiss bank account. That's why he's doing this. The BBC does not have adverts, no. It is a publicly funded broadcaster. I mean, it has, in between shows, it'll have like 2 adverts, but for like BBC shows. Right? So it'll be like, oh, this is the new... Good question. Yeah, they have adverts for like BBC TV shows or like internet services or some shit like that. I'm just intrigued. Oh, so it's a publicly funded broadcaster, right? So for anyone outside of the UK, the BBC is a national broadcaster. It is not a government broadcaster. So the government don't do day-to-day control of the BBC, but they do set like the what's called the TV license. So in order to show TV, in order to watch TV in Britain, you have to have a TV license, which means you pay a set amount of money per month, or you can pay it, in block per year or whatever, in order to be able to watch and access those. Kevin, I'm from the UK. I was asking this other person. Oh, sorry. Oh, my apologies. I thought you were talking to me. Okay. Well, I'll just explain for foreigners then, who may also be watching. Yeah, so you pay for the TV license, and that goes to funding the BBC. Some of it also still goes to the Channel 4, which is a broadcaster that does do adverts, but still receive, because it's a new channel, or was in the 80s. In order to financially sustain it in the short term, a small percentage of it still goes to Channel 4, which means they also have like national broadcasting remit, so they have to do certain things. Like the BBC has to have set amount of different like types of content, which is why there are loads of different BBC channels on TV and BBC radio stations and shit, because they have to basically cater for the entire country. Oh, Panorama in the attack again. Shot. Well saved in the near post. J.L. Rodriguez. On BBC Radio, do they use the hydration break to advertise BBC Sounds? I have absolutely no fucking idea. I've not listened to a single broadcast on BBC Radio. I've only watched it on the TV, so I have no idea. Corner comes in, headed away. Oh, Panama are having a little bit of pressure. But I like having a national broadcaster. I think it's a good thing. If you think about the number of things the BBC has produced that have been of, let's say, important national cultural status, they've been really, really fucking good. Ooh, shot into the side netting. Kev loves absolute country, but only the new pop. I do not like country music. I'll just be honest with you. I don't have a problem with it in some broader sense, but it just doesn't appeal to me. But if you like it, that's, I'm not going to shit on you for it. But at least be into good music, good country music, where it's like You know, I had a shootout with the police and shit like that, or like I had a fucking, or like some weird old Johnny Cash shit. Not just like, oh, I drive a pickup truck and I've got a I like beer in America. Yeehaw! Like that's shit. That's fucking dreadful. I turn my radio on. All that fucking rubbish. Yeah, Johnny Cash had some good tunes. And again, it's like if you look into Johnny Cash's life, he had a really fascinating life. Just a series of crazy, unfortunate events. Is it coming home? It may not be coming home, but it might be coming on your back. I don't know. You don't kink shame football. And you can tell from the lack of commentary I'm doing that not a lot is happening, in all honesty. A bit of a midfield battle at the minute, which is fine, it's a part of football, but ultimately isn't that entertaining. Ooh, Crossfield pass to Rashford on the left. Can he get a ball in? Yes he can. Can't beat the first man. Shite. Kev, do you like the World Cup? I do, although this iteration of it is ridiculously commercial friendly, which I don't like. Bo Burnham for PM. True. Welcome to Downing Street. Take a look around. Every form of corruption can be found. That's my Bo Burnham 10 Downing Street mashup tune, which was better than that fucking Don't Look Back in Anger thing we heard earlier. That is true. The "it's coming home" doesn't mean we're going to win. It never did. It was about the tournament coming to England for the first time in a long time, yeah. Now, there's still a certain kind of... Oh, good ball into the box, headed away. There's still a certain kind of arrogance to call yourself the home of football, but it was where the first international football took place, right? So there's a certain truth to it. Why is John Terry... Why are they showing me a racist? Get John Terry, the racist piece of shite, off my fucking TV screen, you cuds. But what I love about the Three Lions tune is that it's not even like... It's so typical of Ian Brody's writing style, because he was known for writing like bittersweet love songs. And essentially that's what he did with Three Lions, is he wrote a bittersweet love song about English football. Which I quite like, actually. I think there's something beautiful about that. Like, it's easy to write one of these stupid, shitty fucking... we're gonna win fucking aren't we awesome type songs, but to say we're a bit shit but we're still here and like it's a thing, that's kind of beautiful, you know? How many lions? I prefer 4. Radicalise the moderates. But yeah, it has been cannibalised by Notters, yeah, because they're fucking idiots. That's the thing. I want England to win for me, but English football fans don't deserve to win. They're just, at best, they're arrogant, nationalistic, xenophobic scum. And that's the best they are. At worst, they're also incredibly violent, drunken, coked up lunatics who smash the fuck out of every piazza in Europe. What does 4 mean? Oh, it's a reference to a film called 4 Lions. Oh, headed by I don't know who that was, but anyway, someone. And easy enough save. Why are there 3 lions? It's because it's an old heraldic symbol. I think it comes from Richard Coeur de Lion, doesn't it? Richard the Lionheart, where lion became a symbol of England, even though there are no fucking lions here. But then again, the Scottish national animal is a unicorn, and there are no unicorns fucking anywhere. Like, I so love that about Scotland. They went, we're going to have a national anthem that's, not national anthem, a national animal that's literally mythical. Cool. Yeah, okay. Fuck it, why not? It's all made up bollocks anyway. Croatia are 1 up on Ghana, so Scotland are going home then, unfortunately. And that's the thing. I will say, unfortunately, because I want Scotland to do well. England fans are cunts, though. They will say, ha ha ha, fuck Scotland. Like, it's just gross. Oh yeah, Wales have the dragon as well, yeah. So, of all the national anthem, all of the national animals on this island, 2 of them are mythical, and 1 doesn't live anywhere fucking near here. We're a very, very normal island, filled with normal people. Yeah. Although, to be fair, like, if you choose the natural fauna of the island, you can have like, well, oh, the national animal is a fox or a pigeon. I suppose you might have like an elk or a deer. Not elk. You got like deer in Scotland or something. Yeah, hedgehog. Actually, you know what? I'm here for the hedgehog as a national symbol. Fuck yes. Actually, you know what? Hedgehog as the national animal of England works better. A, because there are hedgehogs here, and B, because the English are a bunch of pricks. So, you know, that it would be apt, I think. Long ball through for Rashford. Can he do anything? No. No, he cannot. You've got beavers in Scotland. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, national animal is a beaver. I'm here for it. I did see what happened to the DUP guy. Yeah, so the former leader of the DUP, Jeffrey Donaldson, got done for being a fucking nonce. Literally for being a rapist. He raped children. That's a thing we can now legally say, because he definitely did. He was convicted of raping children. So who'd have thunk it? The same people who definitely want to protect the women and the girls, turns out they're the ones that are the threat to women and girls. Crazy, I know. It's always the ones you most expect. And he's a big, well, of course he's a big, he's in the DUP. It's the DUP. So it's save Ulster from sodomy, brackets, with some exceptions. Oh, was that a trip? Did he get tripped there? It looked like Saka might have been tripped in the box, but it's a cross and headed away. Be interesting to see if VAR have a look at that. Crossing. Oh, Rashford heads over. I want to see the fucking trip again, because it definitely looked on the naked eye as if it might be. I'm supporting Panama here. That's fair enough. I think the English have got to accept that a lot of people, a lot of the neutrals, aren't going to be neutral when it comes to England, because, you know, of everything, literally everything. They're starting to look a bit more dangerous though, England, going forward. Starting to have a bit more fun. Let's have a look. So, flipped around the corner. No, I don't think he does trip him. Does he? No. No, he doesn't. No. Oh! Ooh. Dangerous moment there, where it was a back pass from, I think it was Gahey, and Pickford wasn't expecting it, and it looked like it might be going in for a minute, which would have been not ideal. I support the team that England are playing. Yeah, that's fair enough. A lot of people have had fun supporting that team over the years. That team have done generally pretty well. England look terrible so far. I'm not sure about that. I mean, they haven't been brilliant, but I don't know. Terrible seems a bit of a stretch. Japan for the win. There it is. Thank you, Kimberly Diamond, for resubscribing 16 minutes ago that I totally missed. Much love to you. America got beaten by Morocco. They weren't playing Morocco, were they? What? They're not in the same group as Morocco. Who did America play? Yeah, they lost to Turkey, yeah, 3-2. It was last minute, wasn't it? Turkey have been fucking shit, by the way, as well. But I think America were already through anyway, because they won their first 2 games, so it wasn't that big a deal. But oh, lovely ball from Rashford over the top. Oh my word, how has he got that much fucking space? God, if America wins the World Cup... Don't worry, Solly, America are not going to win the World Cup. They have been surprisingly better than I thought they were going to be, but they're not that kind of level at all. Like, they could do well, they could get to like a quarter final, that's not impossible, but they're not going to fucking win anything. I'm sorry, when your star player is Christian Pulisic, you're not going anywhere. The LeBron James of soccer, as he was once completely inappropriately called. Also, good Anglo-Saxon name, Pulisic. Wasps seething. Oh, Saka cuts it back. Cut out for a corner for England. Come on. Let's score just before half time. Let's go. America will never win a World Cup. I wouldn't say never, but they did make the semi-final of was it the very first World Cup? No, 1950. They made the semi-final. Sorry, the LeBron James of soccer. My bad. That is true. Which, like, you're just doing LeBron James dirty there. get the ball in the box. Stop fucking around. Oh, well, get the ball into the box. Don't kick it behind the fucking goal, you cunts. England always seem to think we're going to get to the finals and vibes a lot. Well, there's no doubt that there's like an over optimism every tournament with England. But genuinely, you look on paper and you think we do have one of the better teams there. Like again, it's on paper, so it doesn't mean a great deal. But like, I've been watching football long enough to know what is and isn't a good team, and this team are definitely like top 5, I think, in the tournament. Again, on paper, that doesn't mean a lot because again, it's what you do when you get out on the pitch. And they've been underwhelming in that regard, certainly in the last game and this one so far. But they've got some fucking excellent players. The problem this year might be that France are like crazy stacked. Now they've got players that would be starting in virtually any other team on the bench. So replete with talent, are they? Kane offside for like the fucking 5th time. Although that was tight, to be fair, but he was. The goat of sport being compared to some guy who plays catch with his son. Outrageous. This Bronny slander. Actually, Bronny is fucking shit. Okay, and coming up towards half time now, and it's actually we're in injury time. It's been a pretty shit half of football, in all honesty. England have looked laboured, which is basically what you can say about every tournament they've played in the last fucking 50 years. Although they've got a free kick on the edge of the box, good stuff, lovely stuff. Be perfect to score right now. Yeah, and it was a foul. Okay, who's going to take it? Laboured Keir Starmer reference. No, it was not. It was a giving birth reference. Ayo! Well, to be fair, it is right to say that England have only ever won the World Cup under a Labour government, so we could be about to see that double, you know. Assuming this Labour government survived to the end of the tournament. Which, you know, with King Burnham, who knows? They might last even longer than that. It was not under Alec Douglas Hume, no, it was under Wilson. Oh, decent enough free kick, but just wide. Rashford going for the, I suppose, technically near post. Keeper had it covered, to be fair. You've been scouting all over for a stream that isn't raiding out. Well, I am not raiding out, but you probably might not enjoy me talking about football whilst getting drunk. Actually, I probably won't be getting drunk, but just having a couple of beers. Non-stop football action. Well, this is the thing. As with every major tournament in any sport that happens, they don't. They condense it so much, and then they don't think about how I'm going to deal with the cold turkey. It's irresponsible. Okay, should we try and finish off? It's half time, so we'll try and finish off question time.
We've halved that gap.
Okay, we'll do some politics at half time.
But I want to take the points that were put to me in terms of Peter, but also this gentleman there. Can I just say, and I hear what you are saying. I have said actually this evening what the constructive things we would do to cut the cost of doing government to fund.
Doesn't England have regional league? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there are 92 professional league teams, and then there are some professional and semi-professional teams in the league below that, and then it goes down. There's a whole pyramid. There are fucking hundreds of teams.
Defence. It's not just been a case of attacking here, but it is important that you hear why this is just nonsense. It's a populist party, and that's my point to you, sir, as well, Peter. It is not a Conservative Party and an alternative Conservative Party. We're a Conservative Party. They're populists. All the stuff they talk, it's just not deliverable. I listed those things that Nigel Farage had promised, the tax cuts, the nationalisation, the lifting of welfare, all of which he's backtracked on, because he just plucks these things out of thin air. That is not a Conservative Party. We make our mistakes. We've made our mistakes in government.
Yeah, well, all of these liberal cunts do this. Populism bad. Because they want to smear people who, have any difference like that, It's because they're establishment fucks, right?
Hold my hands up to them, and some of the things that Xia says are right. We've made mistakes on certain things, but it was never a failure of intention. It was a failure of execution. I think now we have.
No, it was a failure of intention.
Have a leader in the Conservative Party under Kemi Badenoch who will do the proper work to make sure those.
Do I have to say it, chat? Do I have to say? I need to get a who button for the thing, don't I? What's the closest to who? It ends in O. That is the closest I have.
Those plans are workable and deliverable, and she's got the strength and the courage and the willing to take the tough decisions in government. So I don't think we need to do anything with any other party. I think we can win an outright victory whenever that election comes, because Kemi is by far.
Okay, but that's not true. You just lied to people, right?
The most popular politician in this country, leader, and people have not yet had the chance to vote for Kemi. I think when they do.
You can vote for Kevin. Vote Kevin. I should rip off that Vote Pedro shirt and just change it to Vote Kevin. And I totally wouldn't get sued by fucking Paramount Studios or whatever for copyright infringement.
They'll make the right decision, and I think we can form a majority.
Emily?
I think that actually Reform has kind of reached a peak. I think that they just don't seem to be able to. They're on 23%, I think, on a good day, but they're finding it really difficult to get through that. I think they are eating up people who voted Conservative in the past and who are angry, and there's a movement on the right. I mean, I do get that, but I also think that people are beginning to see through them, and thank goodness. I mean, even the former chair, David Bull, has said that the Reform Party is far bigger than Nigel Farage, and that Nigel Farage needs to take a break. Can Nigel Farage continue to lead the Reform Party? Is it just him, or is it more than that? He's in an awful lot of difficulties, and I am concerned to make sure that we don't allow our country to be taken over by populists who are snake oil salesmen, who make promises that cannot be delivered.
Whereas Keir Starmer made promises that he never intended to deliver, and that's totally different and fine. Thank you, Lord Freetus, for gifting us up to I Can't Give a Duck. Absolute legend. I mean, French, so, pinch of salt, but still legend. Vote Kev Kev, oink oink. True.
Who make easy answers to difficult problems, who tell us that actually the answer is to scrap the Equality Act for mass deportations, that if you don't have a British passport and you end up in social housing with your girlfriend and their children, they may all be British, but they can all be chucked out of the country. I mean, this...
But if we don't do that, we might become an island of strangers. Mightn't we? Dame Thornbury. She's actually a dame, by the way. I'm not like... I haven't honorificed her unnecessarily. Well, I did so unnecessarily, just not inaccurately.
This is what we're talking about. We need to stop and take a cold, hard look at these people because they don't offer the answers that our country requires.
Let's see, we've got time just for one more question. I'm going to try and fit it in. From Jeffrey Trowbridge. Where are you? There you are.
Do recent high temperatures and extreme weather events highlight the absolute need to tackle climate change, particularly emissions from fossil fuels?
Yes, and it means that we should also, you know, maybe take the people that we have in jail for warning about all of this, and maybe have them not in jail because they were correct. Maybe a public nuisance is slightly less bad than us all frying to death. Perhaps.
Look, it's pretty warm in here. And I don't need to tell you, we had the third hottest day in June on record. 37.3, I think it has been today.
That's just sun terrorism. We need extreme vetting on the sun. Both the pretend newspaper and the fiery ball in the sky can both fucking do one.
Kevin.
Yes, I mean, climate change is, of course, with us, and we need to deal with it, and we need to transition from the way we've been producing energy in the past in terms of fossil fuels.
Don't say we need to transition to your boss, though, because she will lose her shit, okay? She'll start punching her doll of David Tennant, and we don't need to go to that place again.
A move to renewables and nuclear and different sources of energy, a mix of energy. But we've got to do it in a way that is deliverable, and got to do it in a way that doesn't disadvantage our industries in the UK, particularly manufacturing industry, high energy intensive industries.
Yeah, you think given the Green Party were right about this before all of these fucking cunts, maybe having a Green Party person on there rather than some random shithouse economist might have been a fair thing to do. Perhaps, maybe, yeah, okay.
We moved too quickly, I think, at times in the past.
So you want to scrap the Climate Change Act?
We don't want to get there by 20 weeks, not possibly there by 2050. So it would be a later point than that. But, you know, so I think we...
Yay, kick the can down the road even further. What could go wrong? Can boomers fuck off, please? Can you fuck off?
We've got to be realistic about what we can afford. It costs money to make that transition. That's the reality. So we should be drilling in the North Sea. We are importing half of our gas. It makes no sense to import gas when we could...
there's no fucking way I can run as a Green MP. Are you mental? Like, look, firstly, I don't like the electorate. I'm not asking for their fucking votes. I don't ask them for the time of day. Okay? And secondly, more actually pertinently and true, I have a very, like, problematic online past. Not like... I don't think I've said anything that I wouldn't either defend or apologise for. But it's so... Like, the jokes that I do are so near the knuckle at times. Or, like, can be taken so easily out of context. Like, literally, me explaining to you why I sing the Adolf Hitler song after... going on Turn Left makes sense to us, right? It makes sense to us because we're like shitposty ironic twats online. Your average person won't get that. Your average person won't get why me singing Adolf Hitler to the tune of No Limits by Two Unlimited, a 1990s Eurodance classic, they wouldn't understand what the meme value of that is. And yeah, of course, I've done jokes about Charlie Kirk being murked, and Ashley Babbitt, and all kinds of people. I've done. How many people's deaths have I openly celebrated with a crab dance on this channel? Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no way I can run in a fucking election. Are you mental? Like, I stand by the jokes. I stand by the memes 100%, but That just means you're sort of unelectable given the media being shit. You haven't celebrated enough. True. Kev is still pissed off at the fact he didn't get to give Margaret Thatcher a crab grave. No, but I did go and get very drunk with my recently passed friend when she died, and we were both very, very significant haters, and yeah, we celebrated heartily that night. It was lovely. Having mentioned the death of Thatcher, and earlier having mentioned how based Scotland is,
Any good? Not a bit of good. Not a bit. I put a stake through her heart and garlic round her neck to make sure she never come back.
Isn't that a pretty horrible thing to say when her funeral's going on right now?
Too bad, too bad.
Fucking based.
Produce it ourselves, for example. That's one of the effects of this government, particularly in terms of restricting our ability to produce oil and gas in the North Sea. We want to make sure, of course, we do transition in terms of
let's get some W's in chat for Margaret Thatcher being dead.
Wind energy and solar and nuclear as well, but still, fossil fuels and power generation will be with us for many decades.
But in terms of net zero, you're saying we don't want to get there by 2050, but it's
just not possible in an
but what you
affordable
haven't
way.
come up with is any kind of alternative. At
yes,
the moment, it's just
yeah.
in the kind of, well, no, in terms of a date.
I know we haven't got a date.
It's just kind of at some point in the future, we don't
Well,
know when.
it's got to be affordable. It's not right that businesses can't compete with international competition. It's not right that we're paying more for our energy as consumers. You know, that's
Sure,
not.
I get that, but in terms of a date.
Well, if you nationalise it, you could do proper price regulation, but you know. That would be electricity communism or something.
You're just saying we don't want to get there by 2050, but when we might get there, we've no idea. We'll just put that in the too difficult box.
This is the problem. This is where we went wrong before. We plucked a date out of thin air. That's what we did. It was a wrong thing to do. Kemi was against it at the time, and she spoke against it. One of the few people that did. We've got to work out how we get to that transition, over what period, and make sure it's affordable.
Stephanie.
I think, I mean, in years past, when the argument was made, there was a big Stern review, there were various other things, made a basic argument that it was going to be less costly. It was going to cost something, but it was going to cost less to us as a society, as an economy, to move to net zero and to adjust to climate change in advance. That was going to be less costly than adjusting to it once it happened and on the fly and trying to get air conditioners inside schools. And I think that hasn't been real to people before.
No, I got that.
I think it has
Phantom,
become very
thank you.
palpable. People who thought, well, nice to have a hotter summer, have realised actually there's huge downsides to that and huge costs to the government. So I think, you know, this week.
Which just goes to show you how stupid the British people are, that they didn't realise there might be some downsides to the country fucking frying. They were just like, oh no, it's nice temperatures. No, oh, the pavements are going to start to fucking melt. Entire parts of the country are going to be set on fire. Yeah, thanks, British electorate.
Week has definitely performed that service. But I also think, remember, we're talking about, even if you didn't have climate change, I think just looking at what has happened to the cost of energy in response to a very uncertain world, huge, not just climate changes, but also geopolitical shifts, Donald Trump. We've had wild shifts in the price of energy, and it's scarce energy, it's fossil fuel energy that provides that enormous variation. And so just as a matter of sort of long-term economics, moving to a source of energy that is inherently unlimited and has a marginal cost of zero is a more sensible proposition. The problem is getting there, and we all know it's been enormously costly, and because the government couldn't pay the bill, businesses and households have been paying the bill, and that is,
Sometimes may
as
be
economists
good,
say,
sometimes may
deeply
be shit.
suboptimal, but it
North Sea open equals cheap oil, immigration down equals life good, cut woke equals less tax, cut welfare equals safer, cut everything else equals everything be good. Right-wing messaging in this country is insane.
Right-wing bollocks.
Correct. Thank you, UK GAD? UK GAD? JITS 2013. Much love. Yes. Right-wing messaging is fucking crazy. Won't someone think of the price gouges? True. By the way, we're back to football. Second half's about to kick off. So we'll finish off thingamajig afterwards. Hang on, where are we? Boom. Were there any changes at half time? I didn't see anything. No changes. Yeah, fan manufacturers are having a fucking field day. And that's because, you know, air conditioning is de facto illegal. It was said so on Question Time by Zia Yusuf, so it must be completely correct in every conceivable way. They wouldn't just allow someone to go on TV and lie like that, would they? What's this? I appreciate you watching football, but you want to see this, do I? Okay. Gritters deployed to Scotland braces for hottest day of the year. What? Oh, to repair the road because of heat damage. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Mad, isn't it? So you need the gritters out for extreme heat and extreme cold. What we need to do is invent indestructible roads, like a kind of material that doesn't break under any conditions, but that we can move if we need to. Oh, Bellingham down injured. That's not ideal. Oh, don't say he's twisted his ankle. My fan is fucking with the mic, is it? I'm not sure I can do a lot about that. Hang on, let's turn the main fan off because it is a bit cooler now, so we'll see if that makes any difference. It'll be 30 next Monday, will it? Oh. You might want to reduce the noise suppression in the recordings software. It's fun that you think I have any knowledge of what that is. I do appreciate that. Is that Thomas Christensen, ex-Leeds manager? It is indeed, yes. Good knowledge. There are this is the thing with international football management. You get some really random ones. Like, you know who the Uzbekistan manager is? It's former Ballon d'Or winning defender Fabio Cannavaro. Who wasn't the manager that got them qualified. That was some random guy who did the good job. And then they went, oh, we'll just get a big star into, like, a big star from 20 years ago to be the manager. As you do. Or Roberto Martinez, the former Everton manager, and indeed Swansea manager, and indeed he played for Warsaw, having wasted the Belgium golden generation as their national team manager, is now with Portugal. Albeit that he is essentially deputising for Cristiano Ronaldo, the actual manager of the Portuguese team. there's a ball on in the box. If you can. No, that was poor decision making there. Is that Rashford? Is he on the left now? I think I need to make my screen bigger because it's difficult to fucking say. Actually, it doesn't. On the ITV player, it doesn't actually make the screen much bigger. Oh, there we go. That's better. Good pressing wins a throw in for England, high up the pitch. Oh, lovely play from England. Can they get a shot away? Not quite. Oh, fucking hell. Wasted a good position. Will England ever score a goal ever again? Will that ever happen? Because it seemed inevitable in the last game they were never going to score, and it does appear to be the same here. So I'm just trying to tempt fate, I think, and say England are never going to score another international goal ever again. And hope that the commentator's curse strikes. Although at least the football isn't as dull as it was under Southgate, because like, he did well, you know, the results were good, but the fucking football was atrociously poor. Oh, the commentator's curse nearly worked. Cracking ball into the box. I'm not sure if Kane actually got a touch, but he ended up with the keeper saving it and the defender sort of hacking it just over his own bar. Corner for England either way. Oh, actually, the defender cleared it against his own player, and then I mean that could have gone anywhere. It went just over the bar. It's half a shout for a handball, actually, but I don't think they'll give it. Yeah, corner for England. Actually, is it a corner? Did he not give a corner? What? Fucking hell, ref. Oh, booking for Panama. Yeah, he was shagging his arse off. And not in a hot one. Jose Fajardo goes into the book. I have no idea who he is, but fair enough. Honestly, a cool beverage on a warm night like this is just the tonic, man. Honestly, I'm settling down into a nice little cool space. It's beautiful. It's not the greatest game in the world, as you might be able to tell. Oh, England on the break. Hello. Hello. Oh, shot into the side netting by Rashford, who has been wasteful, it has to be said. Oh, the keeper went the wrong way, so had it been on target just inside the post, it would have gone in. But Panama on the break. Oh, good shot. Just over. Anderson giving the ball away in midfield. Yeah, that wasn't that far away. And England could definitely deal with not losing this game, because we would face a much easier draw in the knockout stages if we win this group. Which I know it sounds like it should be more easy because that's the way the seedings work. But like, you actually look how it breaks down. We wouldn't face like one of the big teams until the quarterfinals at least. Not that you can assume you're going to beat the smaller teams in the 32 and then round of 16, but you'd prefer that than facing fucking I don't know, France or something in the next round. Oh, Harry Kane through on goal. Oh, good save. Chance to cross. In it comes. Oh, Kane takes it down, gets it out to, I'm not sure who that is, crossing to the box, headed clear. Oh, he's given a fucking shit foul. Okay. That was good football for England. Got it through to Kane. One of the first times in the last couple of games really he's had any sniff of goal. And got a decent shot away. Keeper saved it. Honestly, it wasn't that great a shot really, or not. It was powerful, but it was a lot closer to the keeper than it needed to be. England win the ball, chance to break. Can they do anything with it? Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Sloppy passing. Ooh, Rashford gets past his man. Tries to get the ball across. Oh no, it was Bellingham actually. Wins a corner. He's good. He is good, Bellingham. Birmingham's finest. What's going in chat? What you up to in chat? Are you being good? The last two games have been punishment to watch. Oh, I wouldn't necessarily quite go that far, but they were, you got to bear in mind the football they were playing under Southgate, which was way worse. Or that was anti-football. That was the opposite of football. That was lab tooth, which is football backwards. Thomas Tuchel just looks like a random guy at the bus stop who they just made England manager. And I'm kind of here for it. Like, it's usually one of either guy in a suit or guy in like a sort of training jacket type thing. But he's just gone, nah, just t-shirt. Just a t-shirt and a cap. That'll do. Jarell Quansah goes into the book. That's a point. Is he the first England international whose name begins with Q? I wonder. Have we ever had a Quinn or something like that, maybe? I probably could look it up, but I don't really care. Oh, and Kwanzaa's coming off, I think. Anyway, corner to England after half an hour, it seems. Yes! Go on! Bellingham with the finish, I think. That's what it looked like. It actually wasn't a great corner, but for some reason the first defender seemed to completely miss it. And it got all the way through to Bellingham, who with a pretty simple finish, in all honesty, at the near post. 1-0 England, come on! Let's see the replay on it. Yes, the commentator's curse worked. 20 minutes later. Or 10 minutes, whatever. Go on, Bellingham, lad. Birmingham's finest. Birmingham City's greatest. That's what I'm saying. Oh, it was actually a smarter finish because he was being fouled to fuck there. That's ridiculous. Managed to swing his left foot clear and finish it. Yeah, he was being fouled like fuck there, but anyway. Doesn't matter, he finished it. That's the stuff. Right. Need to change the thing. I credit you with that somewhat for real. Thank you, yes. I credit me with that as well. Okie doke. Right, let's change the number on the screen. Boom. Lovely stuff. Who's that big guy? They always show him, and he's I don't know who he is, but he's always there, and he looks weird. I can't quite put it. I can't put my finger on why, but he just looks odd. Jed Spence's first contribution to give away a free kick. Yeah, Spence is on, and so is Maduaka. Who did he take off for Maduaka out of interest? Saka. That's fair enough. Saka's been a non-entity. To be fair, he's coming back from injury, so it's not, end of the world. Oh, Panama on the attack. Oh no! Drags his shot wide. That was not great defending again. Although your man was a mile offside there. Fucking hell. So maybe it wouldn't have counted, but who knows. You can never tell with the VAR. Great ball by Pickford. Maduaki was free on the right and he just overplayed it and it's out for a goal kick. But now Panama are going to have to really go for it, you'd think. David Beckham. How is he that? He's that old and he's still quite good looking, which is really disappointing. I was hoping he'd like blow up like a fucking balloon. But He hasn't. He might be offside, I think. No, play on for now. Kane cuts inside. Oh, blocked. But you can see England starting to grow a little bit in confidence, I think. Oh, he's miles offside. Cleared. Yeah, England on 7, Croatia 6, Ghana 4, which would be enough to see them through as well. Oh, good cross, Kane. Yes! 2-0. Go on. Fuck yes. I think it was Bellingham on that far side. It was a lovely cross hung up there, and Harry Kane does what Harry Kane does. Nods it into the back of the net. Bosh. Fuck yes. Go on, lads. No, it's good football, you gotta say. You do rather fear for Panama now. Can end up being a rather bruising encounter. Yeah, miles on side there. Yeah. Poacher's goal. Gets ahead of his man. Boom. Back across the keeper. Classic. 2-0. Pretty much you would think game over in terms of it being, you know, a contest. But you do feel there might be more goals. There should be more goals in this one. Hey, hello Lesbian Hot Sauce. Everyone go and follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. Immediately, otherwise I will fucking rain hellfire down upon you. Or I'll just, you know, not really do that, because that's not a thing within my power. Yay! Hydration break! I love capitalism destroying the sport. It's fantastic. Yay! Super awesome. Don't forget, go to guillotines.com and use code KevKev for 10% off on all of your guillotine needs. Yeah, it's quite a clever finish, really, from Rashford. Not from Rashford, from Bellingham in the end. Because he had to essentially wrap his left leg around the defender that was fouling him, which is quite good. So that's Bellingham with a goal and an assist. I think he probably does deserve man of the match for this one, then. Yeah, Infantino is scum. Absolutely. Abso-flipping-lutely. Look, chat, I don't want to be that guy, but all I'm saying is we've got a VIP in Lesbian Hot Sauce in chat who has not been gifted a sub, and that is disgusting behaviour. What kind of pay pigs do you take me for? Hmm? The commentator said Bellingham just weighed up having longer legs. Oh, they don't half chat some shit. Unlike me, who only talks sense all the time. Is Bellingham coming off, or is he just taking his shirt off? Is he put? Oh, he's putting a fresh one on, I think. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's a big ass stadium, that, fucking hell. And it looks full as well, which is a little unusual for this World Cup. That's a homophobic question to ask to Lesbian Hot Sauce. Thank you, Fuzmos, for gifting us up to Lesbian Hot Sauce. Much love to you. Oh. It's so much nicer when the temperature's just a bit cooler. Like, I can tolerate certain heat, but the last few days have been fucking silly. Right now, it just feels nice. Okay, so there's a guy just come on the pitch for Panama called Londino. Playing against England. Okay. Oh no, Bellingham has come off. Okay. To replace with Eze. Fair enough. I mean, the job's done. Save him for the knockout stages. Kev has his boobies out. Correct. My boy titties are flapping in the wind. And remember, they're good boy titties, so I could show them on stream, but not evil girl titties, which you can't. A very sensible rule that definitely should exist. Why is he giving a foul there? This referee's a fucking knobhead. I mean, he's not the worst of this World Cup. We've seen a couple of absolute fucking shitters, but Harry Kane 11th World Cup goal is an England record. Is that joint record with Lineker, or has he gone past him now? Either way, it's very impressive, has to be said. Because I think I'm right in saying that Wayne Rooney only scored 2 World Cup goals, which is pretty pathetic considering how good he was and how long he played. But there we go. Oh, what are you doing there? Don't try fancy flicks on the edge of your own fucking area. I know you're 2-0 up, but don't take the piss. You're still playing against fucking, professional footballers. Cross into the box, headed miles over by whoever the fuck that is for Panama. No offence, but I don't know any Panamanian players. I just, they're not a nation that comes up on the radar very often. But I have to say, some of those Central American teams really have lit the tournament up. Haiti and Curacao have been really good. Cabo Verde, I mean, that's not Caribbean, but it's a small island nation as well. Have been fucking brilliant. Oh, brilliant to watch anyway. And is it? I think Curacao have Spain in the knockouts. Which could be tricky, but it could be tricky for Spain. Fuck yes. Oh, get up, you fucking knob. Oh, I thought he'd scored then. What the fuck? Bounced off the backbone. Looked like he'd scored. But this was a blatant dive by the fucking Panama guy. Like, get up. What the fuck are you doing? but then it fell to Ishmael, who screwed his shot miles wide. Or was it deflected? Oh, okay, it's a corner either way. How we doing, chat? We okay? I don't even know where Curacao is. It's in the Caribbean. It's a former Dutch colony, I believe. Yeah, Curacao are out, but Cabo Verde got through. No, hang on. No, Curacao went through, didn't? Hang on a minute. I thought Curacao went through. Let me have a little cheeky check on the old the knockout stages as it stands. Austria. Hang on, no. Yeah, Cabo Verde. Yeah, no, they've got Argentina, as it stands. In the knockout stages. As it stands, England would face Senegal, and then. Honestly, this is not a bad draw for England. We'd be against Senegal in the next round, and then either Mexico or Ecuador in the quarterfinals, and then either Brazil, Japan, Ivory Coast, or Norway in the semis. If we got that far, obviously. And I'll tell you, that Brazil team are there for the taking. Casemiro is a slow old man. I don't know why they persist in playing him. He's looked fucking awful. Although, to be fair, he did have a good end of the season with Man United, but either way, he's way past it at this point. So that would be a very nice draw, actually. I'd be more than happy. Sorry, hang on. No, Brazil in the quarterfinals. Yeah. And then probably Argentina in the semis. Which again wouldn't be the... I mean, I know they're defending champions, but they're not that amazing. Yeah, Curacao lost 7-1 to Germany. That is true. Germany do that. They always pick one country to absolutely batter at a World Cup. Sometimes it's Brazil in a semi-final. Sometimes it's Curacao in a group stage. You know, it's their thing. Oh, fucking hell. Eze gets on the outside and then... No, Spence, sorry, gets on the outside and then fucks his cross into the crowd. Yeah, I don't know what Watkins is going to do to get a game for England. Fucking hell.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Thank you to whoever that was for whatever happened. It's not giving me updates. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Kieran Kinsella, with 5.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Okay, we'll just stop that for a second. It's too hot for clothes. True. Okay. 11 minutes to go. 2-0 up. And then after this we'll finish question time because there's only a couple of minutes left, I think, of that. I'm sure Zia Yusuf can embarrassing himself even further. Oh, nicely defended by Conser. Honestly, it's so annoying that Villa have good players. Very annoying. I do have pants on because the window is open and I don't want my neighbours seeing my twat. Fair enough. Oh, Ghana have equalised against Croatia. I wonder how that affects the thing. Oh, pull through. Oh, terrible control. Oh, that puts Ghana into second and Croatia into third. Hope that doesn't mean that Croatia now pop into our fucking part of the draw or something. There's still the group games tomorrow, aren't there? The last of the group games, I think. So there are still things to be decided. Especially with this stupid third place bullshit. They were just desperate. Fucking desperate to fit more games in. More groups means more group games, which means another round of knockouts, which means more money, 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 money. I don't know why he's keeping Kane on. Like, save him for the knockouts. Look, he's played a lot of football this year. Oh, Panama on the break. Covered well by Gahey. Oh, Watkins is going to come on with 7 minutes left for no real reason. And Henderson, an old man who took homophobic money to go to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, we don't forget Jordan. Same with Ivan Toney on the bench, the prick. Although I suppose, given how homophobic the British government is, playing in the Premier League is probably not great either, in all honesty. Oh, referee, that's got to be at least a booking. About as cynical a foul as you get. Andrade into the book. He wasn't the last man though, so you can't really red him for that, but Andres Andrade. It's a cool name. So Elliot Anderson comes off for old Elliot Anderson, and Kane comes off for Watkins. And that's the millionth and final sub we can make. Because, you know, why not, I guess. Thank you, Iphone, well, there's no message there, but thank you nonetheless for supporting the stream on YouTube. Much love. You don't have to leave a message, but the message has been received in my heart. Okay? England have got them pressed back. To be fair, both teams still going for it, really. They're not just playing out the final winners. I mean, they are literally doing that, of course, but they're not just accepting the scoreline as is. Oh, that's a lovely ball out to Maduaki on the right. Cuts in. Oh, good defender. Oof. Yeah, England have been methodical really in this game. Got the job done. That's fine. Oh, lovely bit of skill on the right there. On the left, sorry. You can pass. There you go. Good ball. Oh, fucking scuffed it wide. Rashford's he has been wasteful. Because that was a lovely cross and he, no, completely wrong connection. He's in fucking miles of space and he just, yeah, fucked it wide. Is he staying at Barca now? Because he was initially on loan, wasn't he? So, but have they signed him permanently? I could just look it up. I am on the internet, but I want the engagement in chat, you know. Thank you, Davey B, for 16 months on YouTube. Everyone go and follow Davey B in all of the ways that you can. They didn't want to pay the money. That's fair enough, because it wasn't starting regularly. He had his moments, he had his ups and downs, but he did have some good moments with Barca. But yeah, he probably is on a fair whack. And they've got some good youngsters and stuff, so they don't really need him necessarily. So it's probably best to save the money. Although they did just spend 69 million pounds on Anthony Gordon, who, look, he's a good player, but I'm not sure I'd be spending money on that, to be honest. Could have been. He was starting at Barca. No, yeah, no, he started some games, but he wasn't like first pick or anything like that. He wasn't the star of that team. There were significant periods of the season where he was coming off the bench. And he did have that. I mean, it only happened once, I think, but he did turn up late for training. It was fined, which doesn't speak to a great ethos, but you know. Oh, long effort from Panama, curled wide. Not afraid to take on a long shot. Oh, that was miles wide, actually. Into the last minute, or of regular time anyway. Probably going to have half an hour of extra time because of the fucking advert break. Yeah, it's good. The game's opened up now with the subs and stuff. There's a lot of space around. If you're England, though, you might just keep the ball, lads. What are you doing? No point pushing it for no real reason. Well, I suppose if you've come off the bench, you want to impress. Ooh, ball through to Maduaki. Save. To be fair, the keeper was on him as he was shooting. Oh, unless that's offside. 1-on-1. Oh. He was offside, thank fuck. It's a good finish though. Panama nearly scored. He did look offside to be fair, but you're never quite sure. Let's have a look. Oh, he was tight, but he was off. Yeah. He just went a fraction too early. They've showed some endeavour as well, Panama. So, like, as much as I don't want England to concede particularly, it would have been a nice moment for Panama fans. I wouldn't have begrudged them the goal. Six minutes of injury time. And you know, job well done really. Wasn't a great performance by any means, but he got the 3 points, top of the group, nice and easy. Can't remember any injuries. Oh no, hang on. Kwanzaa went off with a bit of an injury, didn't he? Which wouldn't be ideal. Because frankly, if Chalobah ever gets to play for England in this tournament, I would be worried. I don't rate him at all. Oh! We nearly had a flying heading goal there. But he couldn't quite reach it. What you needed was a neck like a giraffe. It's gone out for a corner to Panama. Ooh, and he took a shot. Cheeky bastard took a shot from the corner. Went into the side netting, but he saw Pickford off his line and gave it a crack. You can't say fairer than that. Yeah, he was definitely offside. Not by much, but he was. It was a tidy finish as well. Oh, shot from the edge of the area by Eze, deflected. The keeper was completely put on his arse, but the ball went wide. Massive deflection. Could have gone anywhere. Corner to England. Into the last couple of minutes of extra time. Or injury time, whatever. Additional time. I'm a tired boy. Henderson with the corner. And he's give a foul to Panama. That'll probably be that, to be honest. It's so funny to me when they cut to the stadium and it's they cover up the advertising hoardings for non-sponsor events. So like, I forget which stadium it is. They've got like a big Hard Rock Cafe sign, and they've covered it over because they're not an official sponsor of the World Cup, with like this blue material. But you can still tell it's the Hard Rock Cafe sign because it couldn't be anything else. Like, what's the point, really? Fuck's sake. Yeah, Gillette Stadium, exactly. Yeah, they just cover up these signs, and you're like, I can still tell what that is. Well, that's clearly a Hard Rock Cafe sign or whatever. And if anything, you're giving more advertisement to it, because I noticed that. If I just saw a Hard Rock Cafe sign, I wouldn't give a fuck. But the fact that you've covered it over means I've now mentioned them on my stream several times and given them free advertising, which is counterintuitive, but there we go. Hey, full time, 2-0 to England. Fuck yes. Is that the one in Miami? I believe it was. Good win. Good win. Easy. Easy clap. Shows that FIFA loves their sanctioned sponsors. Wait, of course they do. They're fucking arseholes. Fun fact, Hard Rock Cafe and associated brands like Hard Rock Cafe Hotel are all owned by a Native American tribe. Is that true? I didn't know that. Did not know that. Started off very slow but came good in the end. Well, exactly, they won. They won the game. Who cares, you know? Award-winning journalism tomorrow. That's the plan. I haven't arranged anything, but that is the plan. Okay, should we finish off question time? It's like 7 minutes. Actually, you know what? I can't be bothered. I actually can't be bothered. Sorry, everyone. Sorry for dick teasing you on that one, but yeah, I can't be bothered. And it's just going to be Azir Yusuf owning himself again, which is odd because he's apparently against public ownership, and yet he did flex earlier in the show that actually I did try and stand and I was blocked by my own party. Hard Rock Cafe International, formed in 2007, and it does. Oh, okay, there you go. I didn't know that. Oh, I think someone just got shot. Oh, there's a cunt setting off fucking fireworks. Is that coming through on the mic? Yeah, that is loud. Congratulations to Senegal for another World Cup by proxy. It sounds like gunshots. It does, but it's someone setting off fireworks down on the... There's a kind of disused bit of land not far from my house that... occasionally you get a burnt out car there. Sometimes they set off fireworks. It's usually just young people getting drunk and fingering each other. The rat wars have begun. True. Yeah, great time to do it with drought. Exactly. Well, look, who doesn't want a casual bit of brush fire next to their house? Perfect. Love it. Don't forget, you can start forest fires. You fucking shouldn't, but unfortunately they did. The French are invading, Kev. You know what? They can have it. Let's party like it's 974 or whatever. Yeah, I'm going to bed. Actually, no, I'm not. But I'm leaving on a jet plane. Okay, everybody, I will be back probably, it's just before midnight, so tomorrow evening with award-winning journalism, maybe, possibly with a posh bird, possibly not, I don't know. I haven't arranged anything, so I won't promise anything. Go and say hello to Katie Marshall, who is doing something on YouTube and on Twitch. What's that? You need AC? No, it's de facto illegal. Did you not hear? Zia Yusuf said it, so it must be true. Satagay Fun Day. You know what, Ray K, for that title alone, you're getting a raid. Go and say hello to them. I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be back. Later. Stay beautiful. Free Palestine. No pass around.